Okay, did you make it in the house? Okay, all right, good. Yeah, well, that couldn't help it. You want everybody to move one step up? I just want to do what the front thing.
Also make sure that there are some spaces available so that wheelchair users can navigate the space quite much easier.
his presentation, and that will be followed by a discussion surrounding his topic of presentation. All right, so we will have him go first, and then we will move on from there. So, Dr. Morris does not need much of an introduction, and I'm sure you will all agree with me, all right? He's the director of the UWI Center for Disability Studies, and we know that he is that stalwart that represents the disabled community right across the Caribbean, and not only that, and not only the Caribbean, worldwide, because he sits on as the rapporteur for disabilities in the Caribbean region, represents the disabled community at the United Nations, etc. So there's nothing much more to say because we all know the man that he is. All right. So with no further ado, let's welcome Senator Dr. Floyd Morris to the floor.
Thank you very much. It's Archer, and I want to extend profound welcome to all individuals who have joined us face to face, and those who are online, and just to apologize for the change in the agenda to accommodate my friend and colleague, Dr. Samuel Kabui, who is having a little challenge at this point in time. And so we hope that he will be ready and available to join us a little later. So we are pressing on, and I understand that there are a number of individuals who are on their way to the conference. So I ask that individuals try and pull up the front row as much as possible so that when others come in, they don't disturb the flow of the conference. Today, for this session, we are focusing on the code of practice for employment of persons with disabilities. And Dr. Christine Hendricks should also be presenting as well, but she's out on sick leave. Okay, so Ms. Janelle Williams will be representing JCPD. Okay, great. So I will make my 10 minutes. I will make my 10 minutes intervention, and then Ms. Williams will make hers, and then we'll have 10 to 15 minutes of questions. All right. So in this presentation today, I'm going to be focusing on the need for the development of a social contract for persons with disabilities. And in this argumentation, I am focusing on the codes of practice as a point of departure in terms of the Jamaican context. And when I talk about a social contract, I am talking about an agreement amongst the members of society to cooperate for social benefit. And in this social contract, generally, individuals are required to give up something in order to facilitate the social contract, the seamless implementation of the social contract. Sometimes it requires that rights be given up and or freedoms. But in this case, I'm not asking for rights to be given up, and I'm not asking for freedom. Because over the years, persons with disabilities have seen their rights transgressed. And what we want to see happening through these social contracts is for greater inclusion, participation, and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities. Now, I am pushing this argument for a social contract because of my vantage point at the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, where I see a number of cases where individuals with disabilities across the world are seeing a major problem with the implementation of the CRP. Governments across the world are committed to the CRPD because they have signed and ratified the CRPD. 192 countries to date. And in that, I think it's only one CARICOM country that has not signed and ratified the CRPD. Persons with disabilities across the world are very much supportive of the CRPD. And in fact, when the CRPD was formulated in 2006 and accepted by the United Nations, during that period of negotiation between 2006 and 2002 and 2006, state parties, that is government, civil society organizations, some civil society organizations, largely associated with persons with disabilities, and persons with disabilities were actively involved with the negotiations. But what we find happening is that some critical groups, for example, the trade union movement, the private sector, they were not involved in the negotiations. And as we look and see across the world, we see where the problems are emerging as those stakeholders who were not involved in the negotiations are having difficulties in terms of the implementation. Professional groups, nurses, doctors. The CRPD is a rights-based treaty where persons with disabilities are concerned. And it constitutes a departure from the welfare medical model approach that have been entrenched across the world for years. So now that it is being implemented by governments, you see the problem. And that is why at the CRPD committee last meeting, I called for a social contract to be formulated between states parties, persons with disabilities, civil society groups and professional organizations, private sector, to ensure the implementation of the CRP. And when I look at the Jamaican context, I realize that we have a model at work that can be developed into a major initiative for persons with disabilities. And that is the code of practice. In the Disabilities Act of Jamaica, it makes provision for the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities to establish codes of practice for the implementation of the CRP. And subsequent to its implementation or coming into effect, the JCPD has worked on a number of these codes of practice for guiding our stakeholders. And notice I say guiding, because the codes of practice is designed to guide stakeholders in how to relate with persons with disabilities. Because what we have seen from global research is that whilst there is not full acceptance in societies of persons with disabilities, there is a trend of improvement where persons with disabilities are being accepted and recognized. So what is needed is for us as persons with disabilities to assist in guiding the process, because some of these individuals don't know how to relate with persons with disabilities. And yes, whilst we are to stand firm for our rights, it is equally important that we guide individuals. And that is where the codes of practice is concerned. And when you look at the codes of practice for employment in Jamaica, you see where provisions have been made for 4 major stakeholders to take part in the implementation. You have the government, represented by the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. You have the trade unions. You have persons with disabilities, and you have the employers, who by and large would be private sector operators. And under the employment codes of practice, it spells out responsibilities, roles, and responsibilities of the different stakeholders. Now, whilst the employment code of practice was being developed, it was subject to extensive consultations with these individuals, the different stakeholders. There were consultations with the community of persons with disabilities right across the island. The persons with disabilities participated in it. There was consultation with ministers with responsibility for persons with disabilities representing the government. There was consultation with the private sector organization of Jamaica and the Jamaica Employers Federation. There were consultation with the trade union movement in Jamaica. And there was a final round of consultation with all the stakeholders to outline what is in the document. And the document was accepted and submitted to the JCPD/Ministry of Labor and Social Security for their implementation. With that code of practice drafted, when you look at what is in it and what has been signed off by the stakeholders. If they move to implement it would constitute that sort of social contract that would allow for the greater employment of persons with disabilities in the labor market. Because it's they who signed off on it. And that is what a social contract is about. You know, all of the stakeholders coming together to cooperate for a particular benefit in the society. This time, it is about the employment of persons with disabilities. And I believe it constitutes a model for replication, subject to the implementation in Jamaica. And I urge the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities to move with alacrity in terms of the implementation of that code of practice, because it constitutes what I regard as a social contract for the employment of persons with disabilities in Jamaica. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Morris. And we're just gonna jump right into our second presentation. So we will have Miss Janelle Williams, and she is the legal officer, corporate secretary at the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. She's also an advocate for inclusion of persons with disabilities in every sphere of life. Let us please make welcome Miss Janelle Williams.
Good morning, everyone. All right, so we're just going to be diving right into the code of practice as it is. Dr. Morris has given you the background, the purpose, so we know that. So we're going to move right into what it is. As he told you, it is guidelines. So we're saying to all the four relevant stakeholders, these are the principles, the practices you are to be guided by as you engage with employees who have disabilities. So we know everyone has responsibilities, and so we think of the employers first. I'm just going to share with you what some of their responsibilities are. So our employers are essentially expected to include a strategy for managing disability as an integral part of their overall employment policy, and specifically as part of the human resources development strategies. What we're asking our employers to do, and we have begun to do so, and we do have entities that have implemented an inclusivity policy. So all our employers are asked to include an inclusivity policy as a part of their human resource development strategy. This strategy should address recruiting job seekers who have disabilities, including those who have never worked before and those who wish to return to work after a period of non-employment. So every single policy, we are also aware that the government in recent time has passed the Sexual Harassment Act. And under that act, there is a policy design framework that is to be implemented. That policy must also contemplate employees who have disabilities. The strategy should be formulated in cooperation with the workers' representatives, the trade unions, in consultation with the individual employee, occupational health services, and organizations for persons with disabilities. So we are promoting joint efforts. So persons from different ends of the spectrum are coming together to create a policy that will benefit employees with disabilities. Specifically, we want to hear from the employee themselves because they're also best able to speak to what works best for them. Another thing we're very big on, and the Disabilities Act provides for that even now, that you are entitled to keep your job in the event someone develops a disability while working. So one, an employer should ensure that the environment is as such as to accommodate an employee with a disability. And if there was an employee working for the employer who subsequently acquires a disability, that person should not lose their job. Rather, they should be, if they're no longer able to function at the level that they were functioning because of the disability, they should be redeployed. But the aim is always to keep that person within the employment. The Jamaica Council of Persons with Disabilities is the competent authority, and so we have that role of advocating for the adoption of workplace disability management strategies by employers as a part of our national policy. So our mantra is that inclusion is the order of the day. So that is what we are promoting. We are advocating that in every step the employer takes, they contemplate that they could have employees with disabilities from the beginning of the process. So from you advertise your post, and so we're asking our employers to put in place mechanisms to ensure from the very beginning of the process to the end, persons with disabilities are included. The council will review every 2 years. That is a proposal to review every 2 years legislation, rules, and regulations, the code of practice relating to employees with disabilities. The council will also review systems of social protection to ensure that adequate support is provided and there are no undue obstacles inadvertently or deliberately placed in the way of persons with disabilities that are seeking to enter the workplace. The council will set minimum standards for what is reasonable for the purposes of adjustment or arrangement in accordance with the Act. So the Disabilities Act speaks to reasonable arrangements that ought to be made to include persons with disabilities. We're also aware that there's a disability rights tribunal. Now, as time progresses and that tribunal hears and adjudicates on matters, they too will provide guidance as to what is a reasonable arrangement. Because of course, you know, disability is diverse. And so depending on the particular disability, then you would know what arrangement is required and whether or not it is reasonably required. The Act also speaks to instances where you may have a challenge and something is being explained as being an undue burden. And in that case, if an employer has raised an argument that this arrangement that the employee is seeking is an undue burden, then that is a matter for the Disability Rights Tribunal to adjudicate and determine whether or not that is so. The council is seeking to document incentives that could also assist in facilitating employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. Our trade unions, they are also a part of the process, as you would have heard earlier. And so we're asking that our trade unions will get involved, that employees with disabilities will be unionized, quote unquote, and that there will be representation at that level so that they are included by all means. So the code of practice specifies that in promoting policies of equality of employment opportunity for workers, both at the level of the individual employer and in the national consultation and negotiation process, workers' organizations should actively advocate employment and training opportunities for persons with disabilities, including job retention and return to work measures. So we know we have the Maternity Leave Act, and in recent times, there's also paternity leave. All these things are applicable to employees with disabilities. So the code is seeking to establish that every single benefit that a quote-unquote able-bodied person receives, the same is to be received by employees who have disabilities. There should be no exception in that regard. Workers' unions are to encourage workers with disabilities to join their organizations and to assume leadership roles and sensitize and train their members concerning disability through awareness raising events and union publications featuring disability equality issues. They should also implement a disability management strategy that they utilize in the union's organizations. So we all must practice what we're preaching. The JCPD will also adapt such a strategy so that it is leveled across the playfield and we are able to say to other entities, we have this policy, this is what yours should look like, and this is what we're advocating for across the board. Now, for our employees with disabilities, persons with disabilities who are seeking to go into the workplace, you have a responsibility. You should also actively prepare yourself for the job market. This is with a view to equipping yourself with the requisite skills and knowledge for the labor market. Consistently seek to get coaching for job interviews, resume writing, and writing of application letters. And of course, the JCPD will assist in this regard. Do not be afraid to actively advocate for your inclusion in the labor market by making your voice heard in public forums where there are leaders of the political directorate, both private and public sectors. Indicate your type of disability after you've been shortlisted so that the employer is able to make a reasonable arrangement. Employees with disabilities should see themselves as ambassadors in the labor market for persons with disabilities and consistently offer your best in the workplace. Do play an active role in the development of programs and policies for inclusion and participation at the workplace, and actively sensitize co-workers on how to interact with persons with disabilities. If at any time you feel as if your right is being violated, please make a report either to your trade union, inform your employer, and come to the JCP. Now, the code goes on in detail to address certain specified areas because, as I said, we're giving you guidelines. Job advertisement, that's number one. In recruitment, employers should ensure that the principles of participation, inclusion, and non-discrimination are practiced. One of the things we're encouraging employers to do is to say persons with disabilities are welcome or are expected to apply as a part of their job advertisement. Response to application. A written response is to be provided, and the shortlisted applicant should provide details related to their disability so that reasonable arrangements may be made. So once you have been shortlisted, you then indicate to the prospective employer that this is my disability so that they are in a position, they are aware, and because they're aware, they're in a position to make the necessary adjustments. As it relates to job interviews, in conducting interviews, employers should ensure that all measures are put in place to protect the rights and dignity of applicants with disabilities. Persons with disabilities are to be given a written notice of the outcome of the interview. So whether or not you are successful, you are to be given written notice of the outcome of the interview. As it relates to work experience, in cases where the applicant lacks experience or on-the-job training, we're encouraging employers to afford the person work experience and assign a supervisor or mentor to work with the person. The council may also provide job coaches to assist persons with disabilities to develop necessary knowledge, skills, and attitudes for the job. Benefits. These should be documented and be the same as those provided to other workers who are in the same category of employment as the employee. So we have benefits like health insurance, pension, and there are others depending on the entity you are working for. Employees with disabilities are fully entitled to all these benefits. In concluding, what this document is seeking to do is to give effect to the rights of persons with disabilities, not to be discriminated, but to be included in the place of employment. It goes without saying that the inherent dignity of persons with disabilities entitles them to work and earn like every other citizen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. We're going to go right into our question and answer segment. So if you have your questions, you can indicate. Can I get the other mic? The other portable mic for the other, yes, to pass around. So, you will have a portable mic to pose your questions. I see one hand at the back coming to you. 2, 3, okay, back at the back. So just indicate to whom your question is directed.
Hi, good morning. Ms. Williams, my question is to you. What I didn't hear in your presentation is what budgetary support will be written into the code of practice, because I hear you mention coaching for persons with disabilities. Where you have an entity that, yes, we facilitate, no, let me not use the word facilitate. We include persons with disabilities. However, our funding is limited and we can provide so much and no more support. The code of practice that is in draft, what budgetary support is written in there that the government will assist employers to provide additional coaching, or you say you use the word coaching, but for me, it's a little bit more than coaching, it's additional support for persons with disabilities within your in the organization.
By the way, I think I should say that question should have been asked yesterday when the minister was here. But what I will say is that the government has indicated its commitment to ensuring that the lives of persons with disabilities is made better, is improved. And so based on that, we are encouraging you. We are here, we are the national body, the Jamaica Council of Persons with Disabilities is the national body entrusted with that. And we are working to implement what is necessary so that persons with disabilities who are otherwise qualified will be included in our places of work. Thank you.
Okay, we have another question here.
Yes, another question to you as well. Like oftentimes we see persons with disabilities, they get the work, right? And they do the work diligently, but for some reason or another, they aren't able to keep the work. And also, like, there isn't anything in place to help them, like, pay their taxes. Is there something in place to help to assist with that? Because we, like everybody else, we do need to pay our NHT and all NAS and all of those taxes.
Excellent question. So yes, if a person with a disability is employed, remember you're an employee like every other employee. So your deductions, your statutory deductions, and whatever other benefit that is being offered at the entity, you should be benefiting. If you are not benefiting, for example, the minimum wage is, as we know, come June, 15,000. And if you are earning less than that, but you're working the standard 40 hours per week, come and make a complaint to the council. That should not be happening. So the government, through the Disabilities Act, has put in place a law which holds employers accountable if they're underpaying persons with disabilities, or if having acquired a disability, they're sending you home, or they're deducting your taxes and not paying it over. So if you have that situation, please come and report it to the council. If you started working there, but for some reason, they said something changed and you have to stop, make a complaint again, and then we can look into it to see what is this thing that has changed and whether what is needed is really just some reasonable arrangements to continue the employment. But whatever situation you're facing, make a complaint if you believe that your right has been breached, and the council will investigate.
Before I go to Dr. Tong, I'm seeing the hands and I'm marking the faces. I have a follow-up to this gentleman's point as well, but I'll go.
Yes, just want to make a big clarification, you see? Because it's a mistake that individuals, not just only persons with disabilities, but right across the society make where it comes on to NIS and NHT. NIS and NHT, not taxes. They are not taxes, they are contributory schemes to which individuals get a benefit. And I want us to start to change the conversation where that is concerned, because it is not a tax. Even if you don't get the benefit from NHT, you can claim you're entitled to your contribution refund, and they return that to you every 8 years, I think it is. Right? So if you made the contribution in 2024, you're due to get that refund in 2032. Right? The NIS now is a benefit that you will get upon retirement. So you are contributing to your pension. So it is not a tax, and I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Dr. Mars. Okay, I just have one question before I go to Dr. Tong. In a follow-up to what this gentleman has said about the whole contribution. Ms. Williams, in terms of awareness, that is my query right now. Awareness of persons with disabilities who are employed as to, what their labor rights are, etc. How is the JCPD responding to that? Do you have to? Are you, is the JCPD reaching out to persons with disabilities in terms of making them aware of what their rights are, etc.? Or do you have to wait for the person with disabilities to contact you when they have grievances? So I'm seeing awareness coming up as a important fact to consider. Want to respond?
So there's a very brief response. So we do agree that awareness is critical. Persons come when they have grievances, that's fine. But certainly to prevent getting to a grievance, we do engage in awareness. I know we're moving to utilizing our social media platforms on our website to inform persons of their rights so that they are aware. We also engage in disability sector partners, so like the CDA, the JD, and so on. We engage them, and we will certainly make a greater effort in terms of national awareness, because we know that disability is not just Kingston and St. Andrew or St. Catherine. We are mindful also. And we had a legal aid fair, we had a fair in partnership with the Legal Aid Council last year in December. That one was held in Montego Bay, and we did engage our persons with disabilities and persons who are informed of their rights. It will be a continued effort.
Thank you for that response. And I hope decentralization of these awareness fairs, etc., is being considered. All right.
One Ms. Williams, you made mention of the undue burden, and the tribunal decides if a come and make a complaint and what they have to do. So my question is this something that is presently employed, or it's a proposal for the new code of practice?
All right, so that is something that is presently ongoing. The Disabilities Act, which took effect in 2022, established the tribunal. And with establishing the tribunal, it established a complaints pathway. And so the Disability Rights Tribunal is the end of the complaints process. So you make a complaint in writing through the JCPD. Investigations are done. Depending on the outcome of the investigation, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms could be employed. It depends on what the complaint is about and whether that would be useful. But the end result is that failing all of that, the matter is then referred to the Disability Rights Tribunal. Now, the JCPD has referred matters to the Disability Rights Tribunal for its consideration. They will operate from Ellesmere Road, where the Industrial Dispute Tribunal is. And so, very shortly, they will begin to hear these matters. So that is there.
Okay, so just a follow-up. It is often difficult to sort of, identify to an employer what a reasonable accommodation can be or is, and that depends on the type of impairment that the individual has. So I'm wondering on what sort of guideline is used. Is there like a benchmark or a document to refer to that presently exists to guide the tribunal as to what reasonable accommodation is according to the impairment that an individual has? Might be a difficult question, but it's something that I think it's a ticklish issue.
It can be a ticklish issue, but what I will say is the Act itself defines reasonable arrangements, and it gives you some examples. But you made a very valid point when you say, depending on the disability, you will determine what is reasonable in that instance. And of course, the definition provided by the Act is not exhaustive. So there are some things that are easier to identify. So if you use a wheelchair, you may need a hearing aid. Those things are more typical and very easy to identify. So the Act uses the term reasonable arrangement, but the UN Convention uses the term reasonable accommodation. But the UN has also provided some guidance as to what would be reasonable accommodation. So what we can do, that booklet you referred to, that's a good idea to really see how best we can canvas using what the UN has proposed, and then as from our medical practitioners, because one of the things with the DRT is that because we're mindful that a respondent, which is the person against whom the complaint is made, could take a point to say, but this person don't have a disability, especially if it's like an intellectual disability. One of the things we're asking for is a medical report. And so the DRT will be guided by that. And the medical practitioner can also provide some guidance as to what would reasonably require for the person to function. So from the UN, we can put together a booklet that would provide a clearer guidance.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We have another question.
Yes, I would like to know where exactly can I find these codes of, this code of practice? Where is it available? And secondly, I'm a bit concerned that access to information, especially for persons who are blind and visually impaired, is being compromised because of the fact that the documentation is not accessible to us. So I can speak, for example, to the Act, the Disabilities Act. I am not able to read that for myself at this moment in time. Well, at least the last time I checked, I was not able to read it for myself. What is being done about that?
Yes, that was the last question. I think you can remember what the first one is. All right, so the issue with the Disabilities Act being unreadable is not just the Disabilities Act. Generally, there's a problem with how different pieces of legislation and regulations are uploaded to the parliamentary website and the Ministry of Justice. So we have received those complaints, and what we have done is that before the end of this month, we're having a meeting with the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and representatives from the Ministry of Justice to address that. Members of the disability disability sector have been invited to that meeting, and I'm seeing some persons here. And so we're having that meeting so we can address that issue, so that when the legislation goes up, persons who have disabilities are able to access it. So that's one. The second question, you said where are the codes of practice, right? So this code of practice on employment is in draft, which means it's not yet completed. It is to be, it was done, but it is to be reviewed and then, a process undertaken so that it can be laid in Parliament. So we're currently going to begin to finalize this document so that we can take next steps for it to form a part of the law. Once that is done, it will become publicly available to everyone.
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams. We have Mr. Green here from the JCPD as well, and he has a follow-up response to that particular question. So we'll take him before we move on.
1 second, he wanted me to clarify something. So right, for the codes of practice, they are guidelines, but they will form a part of the fulsome disability law in the country. So when when something happens and a complaint is made, for example, in the workplace, so the starting point is the provision in the Disability Act that speaks to your right to employment. We look at that first, and then we'll move now to look at the code of practice. Did the employer follow what is said in the code of practice? So that's how the code of practice will operate.
Okay, Mr. Green will follow up on that response as well.
All right, good morning, everyone. One of the issues that was brought up by the gentleman in his question was accessibility to documents in terms of disability, in terms of sensitization. What JCPD has done is that they have created a client care information unit that specifically deals with the needs of clients. So if it is that you have a situation or if there's a problem, the first line of contact is the client care information unit. What we're also doing is that we're currently partnershiping with UNICEF, where we're doing what we did was to travel the 14 parishes of Jamaica, and we kept focus group sessions where we questioned the needs of the persons with disabilities. And one of the things that was coming out was that the availability of information, the way information is presented to persons with disabilities in terms of if they're blind, if they're not able to hear, if they have an intellectual disability. What UNICEF is doing, and I think it is so for those who were at the focus group sessions, they have promised us that by 2025 that they will have an app, and that app that will be used if it's that you're blind, if it's that you're deaf, if it's that you have an intellectual disability. What it will do is present information in terms of how to register, what the JCPD does, how to access, say for instance, you want to register, you want to go to a doctor to have a medical form done, how to access educational institutions, how to access health institutions. So that is the way going forward in terms of how we will address the situation of persons with disabilities. And one of the things that we can do, Janelle, the question was that how do you access the code of practice? We can also look to ask UNICEF to upload those documents to the app so that they're able to present, to read it to persons who are blind.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Green. We have a follow-up point on that as well. She was first. Just a point of information. Good morning, everyone. The Disabilities Act is placed on the JCPD website in an accessible format for persons to gather the information. So yes, there is merit that there are other legislations that, based on how they are placed on the parliamentary website, are currently inaccessible, and in supporting my colleague with the way forward in ensuring that all legislations are accessible, but specifically to the Disabilities Act, there is an accessible format placed on the JCPD website. There is even a simplified version of the Disabilities Act that is also placed there, so we can access the information from that portal. Thank you so much for that information. So just a point to note that the act is available online for those who would like to access it. We have a question here from this gentleman who has been waiting for quite some time.
Morning, everybody. Jason here. Question here. A couple of years ago, the JCPD gave us a commitment that they will hold new building development operators, no new developers. They will hold them accountable where the new building code is concerned. So can we get some updates as to how far the council has gotten with this?
All right, so what the JCPD has done is that we do have an accessibility manual. And what the manual does is to simplify the way in which entities may comply and ensure that the physical space is accessible. I will also tell you that up to, under the Disabilities Act, buildings that were non-compliant were given a 2-year period to become compliant. So 2 years from February 14, 2022 to February 13 this year, there was a grace period provided under the Act for the building to become compliant. What that means is that within that 2 years, there's nothing the JCPD could have done, because what the law did was to give them that time to get ready and to become accessible. Since then, though, we have been taking reports. If a building is currently now not accessible in the way it should be, then it would be in breach of the Act. And we are taking the complaints in that regard. So if you have encountered that, please make a complaint. But I will say that we have the accessibility manual, and we are carrying out audits. We do have plans to engage in further audits of certain buildings this year to ensure that they are compliant. And we're starting at home, so we're starting with the government buildings. We've also had meetings with the municipal corporation CEOs, so that they too can come on board to ensure, because we know they're involved in passing bills and all of that. So that as we have provided them with the manual, and so that they are aware and they can also ensure that no building is passed without being compliant.
Good morning. I would like to ask, with the advent of AI, how is job security for persons with disabilities secured at the JCPD?
That is a session.
Yes, we will address that. Very good point. That will be addressed at another setting, but very good point.
All right. So we can take another question right here.
Just asking if a dispute is sent through the council to the tribunal, within a time span for it to be resolved.
Yes, there is. So under the Act, a complaint that goes to the Disability Rights Tribunal, once they have heard it, there's a 60-day period for them to deliver their decision. It can be extended though, depending on the circumstances that arise, but the Act provides that generally, though, that decision should come in writing within 60 days after the hearing.
All right, thank you for your response, Ms. Williams. We're taking another question right here.
Pleasant good morning. I heard the terms Disability Rights Tribunal mentioned all that year. The last time I heard about it, it was setting up. So I'm just asking Ms. Williams, is it in full swing presently?
Yes, so it is now in full swing, as you put it. But yes, so in a very short order, when I say that we've been having meetings with the team, as I indicated to you, that where the tribunal will function is on Ellesmere Road in Harper-Tree, where the Industrial Disputes Tribunal is. So we have had in very recent meetings reviewing, because the council has sent some matters to the tribunal, and so entities have been contacted in terms of complainant and responding. Persons have been asked to prepare a case brief, and all a case brief is just your side of the story. Persons are entitled to have legal representation before the tribunal if they want. The JCPD will also seek to assist the complainant, who's the person with a disability, needs legal representation. We are working on a partnership with the Legal Aid Council so that legal representation can be provided in that regard. But please be advised that the tribunal is headed by 2 attorneys, and so certainly, as far as law is concerned, that will be present. But the tribunal is actively functioning, and in very short order, matters will begin to be heard by them. Yes, Senator.
Thank you. First and foremost, making an appeal online to Dr. Samuel Kabui. If he is online, so please indicate by just sending me a WhatsApp message, because I'm trying to get him. We got through to him earlier, but we were told that they were listening to the presentation here. So I need to get an indication if he's still online. I just want to remind the audience and JCPD that the sister legislation to the Disabilities Act is the Building Act. And notwithstanding the grace period that was provided for buildings to become accessible, that is in reference to older buildings. But new buildings that are being constructed, the prerogative of the municipal corporation, it is to ensure that those buildings are approved with the necessary access features. That act came into effect in 2018. So if new buildings are being built without the necessary access features, then somebody would be asleep on the job.
We have another question.
So I have a couple of questions, but I'll just highlight two right now. The first one, I'm thinking in terms of the word complaint, should there be a better word that is used? So for example, we speak about complaints to tribunal. It sounds as if you're being resisting or really resistant to having a solution. Really, what we want is a solution. So it would be best if we change the word or the term complaint to a more appropriate term. Also, when you talk about the codes of practice, right? For hearing persons, you're using your ears, and you also have AI technology to assist you in reading and understanding the codes of practice. Will you include sign language interpretation in the system so that for us as deaf persons, we can have equal access to the codes of practice? So that's my question. Will there be sign language interpretation added to the codes of practice for us as deaf persons to understand it? That's my question.
Dr. Morris?
All right, so to the first question, or the word complaint, what would you suggest as a better word before I respond?
So when we say complaints, it seems that it's a negative word, it's a negative term. So it feels as if you're saying that, okay, this person is not satisfied, always complaining. So if we have to be careful about our choice of words, right? So it would be best if we use or research for a term that shows that we are looking for a solution in terms of proper access.
I'm asking for an example.
Complaint. Like solution, using the term solution. So it's not a situation of, oh, I just want access and that's something like I'm begging for it. It's all right, it's our need to have that. To have proper access to it. It's all right. So if we talk about, okay, the place is not made for me. Let's say I'm a wheelchair user, and the place is not appropriate to my needs, or the workplace is not doing this for me and not doing that for me. It's only focusing on the problem, it's not focusing on a solution. If we decide to use a word that only focuses on the problem, say complaints, then it seems as if to the owners of the business, for example, or the business operators, we as the persons who are a part of the disability community, we are complaining about not having our needs met. Is that clear to you?
Yeah.
So to support his question, if you
Exactly,
were to say,
that's it, like a word like that.
improvement process form or process the assessment or some assessing form, it would sound better than like you have a complaints officer. So if you say you want to have a process improvement engagement session or something like that, it is more empowering than saying the word complaints because it sounds nagging essentially. I think that's if that's what he's saying.
All right, let me explain something to you. Because the issue that we are contemplating in the law is to deal with discrimination that persons with disabilities face at the workplace. And discrimination is a violation of the fundamental rights and freedoms of a person with a disability. Now, what the law has done is to establish the Disability Rights Tribunal, right? That's what it is called, the Disability Rights Tribunal. Now, how the process works or is anticipated is that if it is you have a problem at the workplace, and we're talking about employment now because it is the Disability Rights Tribunal is even applicable to other spheres like education and so forth. But we're talking about employment. So if at your workplace, you are having a problem and you talk to, it is expected that you would talk to your HR or your employer. Where it becomes a problem is if they refuse to respond to your problem or the issue that you have. And if they fail to respond at that local level, then you are required to make a complaint to the JCPD because you are now agreed. You are now dissatisfied with their response. And so you are making a formal complaint to the JCPD to defend your rights. So the word complaint here comes in because you have made an attempt at your workplace to resolve the problem and they refuse to solve it. So you have to escalate it now. You have moved it to the next level. And I am imploring persons with disabilities. Whilst it is that we are going to do everything to work with our stakeholders and to guide them, if it is that they refuse to accept and respond to our rights, we are going to use the structures that are in place to protect our rights. And we're not going to apologize for that.
Thank you, Dr. Morris.
Excellent answer.
Yes,
I want to add much
excellent.
more. We're not thinking to improve at that point. It has to be a complaint because you've now entered into, remember, you would have said something first. The person is, or the entity is unwilling to make the reasonable arrangement. So you've now entered into a place or a space where there is a grievance, there is an issue. You can't look and hide from it. There is no one issue. And the truth is, it's not just disabilities. In every other area, labor rights, the IDT was created because there was an issue and people had to complain. So complain, all right?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We have a question here from this gentleman.
Morning. Morning. All right. I represent persons from Clarendon, the Society for the Blind, Clarendon chapter. Now, my issue is we talk about the workplace, we talk about access to building. What about access to the sidewalks? When we have an accident, who we go to complain about these accidents? Because what I realize, I'm a blind person, I'm mobile, I move around a lot. And if the JPS come down a pole, a old pole, and then leave a stump in the sidewalk, and I stumble over that and I'm a fall, who can I make a complaint about? How can I get redress for these things? Because we're talking about access to this to proper sidewalk.
Valid question.
Valid question,
Yes.
I agree. Let me say this, we did get a complaint at the council. More like a video was sent of a gentleman who somewhere good way somewhere, but he was blind when he fell in an uncovered manhole and they had to take him out. What we did then was to contact Ministry of Local Government and so on, and thereafter they covered it and so forth. But the truth is we don't want it to get to there. We need them to understand that you have a responsibility, and whether it's a trade, whether it's a manual, whatever it is, once you have done that, then you know endanger a person with a disability. So what the council is, in a little while, we're actually in the year of review with the Disabilities Act, and we'll be doing an island-wide review. Stakeholders from the government, from the community of persons with disabilities, all relevant stakeholders, the private sector will be invited to be a part of those meetings. Because what we want to know is, we want to hear your concerns. We want to know if there are some deficits or some shortfalls in the act, maybe some areas that it didn't cover. We want to hear so that the act may be reviewed to cover all these things. But to answer pointedly the question, I think Denzel, that's the name, asks, but if you have encountered that, then I would say you can complain to the council. You can also complain if you know the entity that is in charge of the Ministry of Local Government or whomever, NWC, whomever it is, you can complain there. But you can also complain to the council. It may not be a matter that the council is able to take on, depending on what it is about. But as I said, we are working to have a partnership with the legal aid council so that some of these matters that is not within our jurisdiction, the legal aid can offer assistance to the person with the disability. All right?
All right, so we have this gentleman right here with a question.
Good morning. Half a month ago, we have Delamco. I guess that problem that guy speak about, we have situations like in month away. I will speak to the parish council and they try to adjust that kind of only pedestrian doesn't affect, it doesn't affect wheelchair users and stuff like that. I will have and in the month ago, be I come to the grace period. There are some persons now rearing their building so that he can fit people with disabilities, so they can have wheelchair access and stuff like that right through. And there are about 3 to 4 prominent buildings in Montego provide us with that access. So we give thanks to everything and we are just taking our time and we are advancing more and more, you see, the program.
Agreed. Agreed. And together we can do.
All right, so I checked and I indeed found the act, and I would say it is, I could access it, but it is not accessible to me in the definition of accessibility being the information is clearly outlined in a format that is suitable for me, right? So I'm asking, where in-house at the JCPD are these documents tested to prove that indeed the information is accessible? Because I was just reading the PDF document and the words were running on to each other and I wasn't able to open it in Microsoft Word because it's too big. There are recommendations, there are accessibility standards out there. So I'm wondering where in the JCPD organization are these documents tested? And I hear you talk about UNICEF, being in partnership with UNICEF to braille the act, but I'm wondering why exactly is this not being done at the JCPD?
All right, I'm gonna give you a response and then my colleague will also provide one. What we have done. So for example, we have a draft complaint form. We have circulated that document among the disability sector. So we are asking persons with disabilities to look at these documents and tell us, is it clear enough for you? Are you readily able to grasp and understand what is there? So we also depend on the community of persons with disabilities to provide us with feedback regarding these documents, because as you know, the documents are for you. My colleague will give you an additional response in this regard.
I think just anchoring the fact that JCPD by name in the Disabilities Act is the national body that has responsibility for disabilities. I picked up on I'm answering the part of the question as to why would JCPD have the legislation based on our mandate coming out of the Disabilities Act on our mandate by what we are designed to do, we will then host those publications, legislation to inform, support, and promote the rights of persons with disabilities. So that's why it will be there. And yet we don't want to create a disabled society, but because of the mandate of, and when I say disabled society, I'm talking about segregation. So it was not an act of segregation, just pulling out the Disabilities Act, but because that's the piece of legislation that drives the work and worth of the JCPD, it is then housed on our website. We communicate with the community of persons with disabilities through the sector partnerships because it will not be practical to speak to every Jamaican who has a disability. I don't think we'll ever have enough resources to be able to do that. So through the formalized partnerships, whether it be a community-based group or it be a structured business, once you are a disability sector partner, we encourage you to align yourself to the JCPD for the purpose, even for the purpose of information, because that's one of the mediums by which we speak to the community of persons with disabilities.
And let me just add that the JCPD will be doing a trainer seminar for this year. And we're inviting, again, persons from the disability sector. We have our disability sector partners. We extend the invitation. Come, because we're sharing on the Disabilities Act. And so you can therefore reach your, because, so like, for example, can you see there, because Gloria is here, she may have a membership of about 5,000. When we sensitize the team from her office, then we are asking that that information is shared with those who are part of her organization. So that's one of the ways we're trying to ensure that the provisions are out there and persons are aware.
All right, I just want to point out something. And this is why it is very good for us to have an understanding of what accessibility means for a person with a disability and how the different devices that persons with disabilities use to access information. And you have to make sure you build in those accommodations. Because, I mean, for example, documents that are on the parliamentary website, they just scan them and just put them on the website. And people believe that that is sufficiently accessible for a blind person or for everyone. If you don't have the software that is going to convert that document and make it readable, then you're going to have a problem. And that is why you have to make sure at JCPD you have multiple modes of access. So if you're going to put up a PDF document, also have a Word version that is there for a person to access. Because some people don't have Adobe Reader on their laptop. It is a very expensive software, right? So you have to look at the different modes. It's just not putting up a document and saying, oh, we have it there as a PDF document and it's accessible. It is not as simple as that. And I want the JCPD have a lot of resources and experts at its disposal to guide, because Conrad sits on the board. And I mean, Conrad, I'm certain that Conrad would be willing to guide, right? Because any little thing, I can go to Conrad and him guide me on it. So, there's a lot of things. So, but it can't be just, putting up and saying that it's accessible. And we have to be very clear of what accessibility means, right? We have to be clear on that. All right. ladies and gentlemen, this session was very extensive. And it's because we are still having difficulty getting to Dr. Samuel Kabui, who is supposed to join us online, right? And we have to press because there's another session that is supposed to be starting. Is Miss Denise Daly here? Um, so we are going to take a quick break, coffee break, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we rejoin, okay? All right? Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your questions, your comments, your suggestions, and I'm sure that they will be taken into consideration. So we can move to the break room for our coffee break, 15 minutes, and we can get back during that time. I think let me get that at the back, the room at the break room at the back. Not downstairs, the one straight down the corridor.
We're bringing up the presentation. You're needed at the front, remember you're chairing this session.
From start now.
Yes.
No, man, we're going straight into Anisha's presentation.
Have your coffee.
All right, let's go closer. Yeah.
Has our presentation complete?
She joined. To rejoin with a difference.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the third session for the morning, second. On your program, you would have seen somebody else coming before. But we are going to put this session, we are putting this session in now until the other president or other chairperson arrives. This morning, session was very interesting, and we hope this one will also be interesting. And we want you to listen to the session, and we want you to share. We'll have persons leading the discussion, but that would not prevent you from making your own interventions. And now we're going to be looking at market antecedents of success, right? In terms of persons with disabilities. And our presenter will be Dr. Anita Gail Geddes. Dr. Geddes is well known to quite a number of persons with disabilities, especially those who have been on the campus. But she is also associated with the Marlon King Scholarship Fund, which she started after the death of Marlon King, who was who was killed by a JTC bus. Dr. Geddes was also present as an employee at the Caribbean Development Bank, where she initiated a project to look at the status of persons with disabilities in a number of islands in the Caribbean. Now, she's going to be presenting to you, so we're inviting her to begin. Well, I should explain that she is not in Jamaica, so she'll be doing it virtually.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Just doing a sound check.
Dr. Geddes?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Just a few minutes.
Hello? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay, so you're on Zoom hearing me, but they're having some challenges in the room. So what should I do?
Audience, you just trying to sort out something like that.
All right, are you able to hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, let me try to figure a way to close this chat here. My mouse seemed to be having a mind of its own. Let me just stop sharing. Oops, I'm already sharing. All right, so let's just give me a moment. I'm gonna stop sharing for a moment and then resume sharing again because I'm having difficulty moving this. All right, I'm having a little technical difficulty here with my device. So this thing on my screen, I'm trying to remove. Just give me a moment, please. Apologies for the delay here. All right, let me try to resume sharing. I'm just confirming that you're seeing my screen now.
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. So good morning, everyone. And Gloria, great to hear your voice and thanks for your kind words of introduction. It's my pleasure to speak with you today about this topic that I've dubbed labor market antecedents of success. Yesterday, I listened with great interest as several people spoke, in particular, Mr. Sweeney and I think it was DK from Grace, from Digicel, etc., about things that have been put. Sorry, are you hearing me clearly? I heard some feedback, so I'm not sure if I was to pause. Okay, so I suppose I'll go ahead. So yesterday I listened with interest and learned about developments and how proactive employers in the case of Grace Kennedy and Digicel would have been, and how this has facilitated persons with disabilities participating in the labor market in a meaningful and successful way. I think the purpose of this discussion here is to layer on some what I call antecedents, which are really considerations that need to be on the table if labor market access is going to be successful for persons with disabilities. So I wanted to put on the table that the focus here is on education, the sociocultural environment, and how public policy makes a difference. The interest in doing this work really started from living in Barbados for about 5 years and working on this project with Carrie Ann Eiffel. And because I had done previous work with respect to Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, I'm like layering that on as well. So I think labor market access, for it to be meaningful for persons with disabilities, we have to recognize that there are some areas, what we call sociocultural discrimination, which includes the extent to which persons with disabilities are recognized as valuable assets to the labor market and are adequately prepared. I think we need to also consider what we can learn from the policy context that facilitates people's equal and equitable participation. And then the third thing is to really look at the educational data and how that ties in with the labor market information and determine to the extent to which we think persons with disabilities are ready. For tech support, I'm seeming to have a challenge with remote control with removing this screen. I'm not sure if you can do it. That is overlaid above the presentation. So I'm just asking just in case you're able to remotely do that. Because I'm unable to monitor the chat and present at the same time. So that is the context. Gloria, if okay with you, I'm all right with like people stopping me along the way to ask any questions, or if you prefer for that to come at the end. But I think what I want to start off by saying is that in the Caribbean, we find ourselves in a decolonization context where our societies were not settler colonies. They were really set up for exploitation after destroying the indigenous peoples that lived in the Caribbean. So as forced labor, people of African descent would have been brought to the Caribbean, including Jamaica, Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago. And then we have also indentureship and of Indians coming to the region with conditions that were marginally better than slavery, some would argue, and also other Asians like Chinese coming to the region. That creates a melting pot of a society. So the society was constructed around a capitalist exploitation, extractive system that looked at material advantages for a certain set of people. In that context, persons with disabilities, their bodies would have been the sites of oppression in that context, because if you now lose a limb or unable to work in the context of a slave society and even in a post-colonial society, it therefore means that you're undervalued. So I think that it's important for us to see that the history of how people's bodies become the site of oppression and minds, because if the body and the mind is not non-normative, as they would argue, then it would be okay to push persons with disabilities to the periphery of society. And I just want to say that I'm not speaking today as just a person who is a researcher, but someone who has friends in the community and family members in the community of persons with disabilities. So this for me is an observation, observation from lived experiences of individuals. So we really start off, as a person with a disability says, by not really knowing a lot about the history of how things have come to the fore in terms of policy, legislation, sociocultural exclusion, educational inequality, and labor market. And I would say it's not until the past like 15 or so years that people in the region, including some gathered in the room today, would have been looking at how to quantify the situation of persons with disabilities compared with persons without disabilities, as we have done for gender and other areas in the region traditionally. So if you look at educational statistics, you'll always see how boys are doing versus how girls are doing, or males or females in the Caribbean. But very infrequently will you see this kind of data disaggregated by disability, and then within disability by gender and other intersectional parameters. So I think that is the starting place of data paucity and a decolonization agenda that we have. Now, in the Caribbean context, we have seen that a lot of efforts towards moving this along in terms of like the Pétionville Declaration. There's been, since the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, where there are over 11 signatories and accession from CARICOM countries. We've seen legislation in a few countries like, of course, you know, Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Antigua and Barbuda, in Guyana, and of course, policy in a few places. But I think what has been a gap here is that there's been a significant disconnect between what I call the mental commitment to do something in terms of being documented on paper and the programming aspect to catch up with what our policy and legal commitments are. I think that we don't have a weakness in the Caribbean of writing things down. We do have a problem though of executing. So today I'm going to draw on 3 core resources to share some insights, primarily Barbados, but because we've done some work on Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, I'm going to also reference that, but it's work in progress with Kerry and I feel out of Barbados. So I want to start off by saying that with respect to the sociocultural environment, persons with disabilities, and I'm using quotes here from their own voices now, say that, like somebody from Jamaica says, society is designed for the accommodation of people without a disability. And so therefore, persons with disabilities have more difficulties to overcome. Another person from Barbados says, hey, we need to change the mindset of the wider Barbados. You know, there are issues with low expectations that I constantly have to deal with. And in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, a person with disabilities says, it's a challenge because at times I have to bother somebody. So from the own words of persons with disabilities, you're seeing that there's a contention that society is not designed with equity and equality in mind. And so they have to contend with challenges on a day-to-day basis that robs individuals of independence. When we look at data that's available for education and training, we do see from work that Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean did, a UN agency called ECLAC for short, looking at the census data from the 2011 round. And we are very slow to catch up on the latest on disability data because, again, we need more analysis in the area. Notwithstanding, when the data is assessed for children with disabilities for education, we do see that 18% of children with disabilities were not being educated, had no access to education in 8 countries, including Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, compared with 4% of children without disabilities. So you're talking about 18% of children, 5 to 14 years of age, who didn't have access to education compared to 4% of their peers without disabilities. This is what the 2011 census data showed for these countries. So that's a big difference there. In 2020, I did some work for the Global Education Monitoring Report and looked at the 2011 data that was available through Statin in Jamaica for children 5 to 7 years of age. And at the time, 5 to 17 years of age, we saw that 53% of children with disabilities had no access compared to 3% of children without disabilities. And when we talked about enrollment in school, 27% of children with disabilities were not actively enrolled in school, that is 5 to 17 years of age, compared to 5% of children without disabilities. So we do see active disparities there that we can quantify, that we can actually cite these data points in terms of our advocacy, because I think a lot of times we tend to rely on anecdotes, and we need the data to back and to advocate public policy practitioners to actually do things differently. In the voice of persons with disabilities, I think this one sums it up well here from Jamaica that says, listen, social mobility is impossible without education. And I think everyone in the room will concur with that. We have a person with a disability from Barbados saying, listen, I had dyslexia as a kid in primary school. Somebody helped me to spell words, so I was able to progress. But at the secondary level, I could hardly find anyone to help me. I didn't even know my dyslexia wasn't even diagnosed till long after school, and I didn't do external exams. You know, there was one sympathetic teacher that tried to help when she could, but it was like more like sympathy than equality to assist this no adult with dyslexia. And in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, we see a similar line of argumentation where a person says, I don't think there's equal opportunity for persons with disabilities in the education system. The environment is not accommodating, nor is it accessible. So when we talk about labor market antecedents, what prepares people to participate in the labor market equitably and actively, education is a critical part. I think I recall the presenter from Digital yesterday talking about having to work with Abilities Foundation to get people ready, to support their readiness for the labor market. And when we look at the data for Barbados, we see that at the tertiary level in particular, there's 21% of persons without disabilities that actually attain some kind of completed tertiary level compared to 9% of persons with disabilities. And we do see the disparity also in Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica respectively, even though it's a different period of time. So with earlier data from Trinidad and Tobago, we're seeing like around 5% of persons without disabilities at the tertiary level compared with 3% of persons with disabilities at the tertiary level. And for Jamaica, 12% of persons with disabilities and then 8% of persons 12% of persons without disabilities and then 8% of persons with disabilities. So the data in terms of highest level of education completed definitely underscores to us that there is inequity, and so preparation for the labor market has to squarely look at the readiness in terms of education to access the labor market. And of course, a few people also said yesterday that there are people who are indeed certified who face other challenges, and we'll talk about that as well. Want to also flag the non-line if you're viewing the screen, but I'm voicing it over for those who would be visually impaired and cannot see this. In Barbados in 2010, persons with disabilities were 3 times likely to not have access to any education, 10 times likely for Trinidad and Tobago, and 5 times likely for Jamaica. When we look at persons who did not have any access to education, who are 15 to 64 years of age, that is the working age population. The level of certification tells a similar story. So in the case of Barbados, we have 33% of persons without disabilities who had no certification. So you're saying about 70%, let's round it off, about 70% of persons without disabilities in Barbados had some kind of certification compared with only 40% of persons with disabilities in Barbados. So again, the previous slide, we talked about the highest level of education completed, but this one is actually looking at the certification, which paints a dimmer story. And so we know it's not just going to school that counts, it's actually performing external exams, that you obtain certification that you can leverage to an employer to say that I'm trainable and I am sufficiently qualified to do this work. And when we look at the data for Trinidad and Tobago, it shows a similar story of a higher proportion of persons with disabilities without certification compared with persons with disabilities. So if we are going to talk about labor market success, we have to look at what are some of the barriers that prevent persons with disabilities from doing well. I think it's not just sufficient to look at the data that I've shared just now in terms of what are the outcomes for persons with disabilities compared with persons without. we have to also look at what I call applying an intersectionality lens to education, because outcomes differ based on whether it's like a mainstream school, which is a regular school that has students with disabilities and students without disabilities and they're adequately supported. It could be students that access special education only, or some students who access mainstream and both special education. And what I've seen in the data for Jamaica, for example, is students who access both special and mainstream education tended to have higher educational outcomes than persons who went to mainstream only, because sometimes they're forgotten in the system and not given support. And even special education only, because sometimes the context of special education does not lend itself to speak to all of the diverse needs of persons with disabilities by type of impairment or by severity. And so there are other things we need to look at beyond type of school, the type of disability or the severity of disability. Is it a severe disability versus a mild one? So a mild to moderate disability, it has to do with activities of daily living or performance of functions where you may have need for less support from others or less accommodation. And where there is need for less accommodation, we see that those individuals tend to do better because of lack of access and lack of accommodation in the education system. And likewise, for type of disability, we do see in the context of Jamaica, for example, and even in Barbados, that persons who are visually impaired and with physical disabilities tend to attain higher levels of education as well as certification compared with other disability types. We have to also look at apply the intersectional lens to look at gender, geography, and age. And what we've seen from the data continuously is that consistent with the total population, females with disabilities are more likely to attain tertiary certification, education and certification compared with their male counterparts. And this is consistent with what we see in the region. The urban areas had higher educational and certificational attainments compared to persons with disability living in rural areas. So when we look at labor market antecedents, we can't just look at a total data point for a country overall, for Barbados, for Trinidad, or for Jamaica, but how, when we disaggregate that data by geography, do we see a story painted by, yes, it's pretty bad for everyone, but it's really extra bad for the people who live in rural areas, or it's really extra bad for the older age cohorts, because we see that the older age cohorts tend to have less access to education. So the younger the population profile gets, it's the more improvements that you're seeing in terms of access to education and certification, which is really painting a good story that things are progressively improving over time, but there's still much more work to go. So I think before I talk about labor market, I want to just pause here to see if we have any reaction from participants, or we have any questions, because so far we've talked about the policy context in terms of legislation and what that offers, and how in context of the lived realities of persons with disabilities, that this doesn't play out very well in the educational context. And when we look at the data, both qualitatively and quantitatively, we see that persons with disabilities are facing attitudinal barriers in the society. Yes. Sorry, I'm hearing an echo. Could you please repeat, Gloria?
I'm just saying you're telling you questions because
Okay. Okay, all right. Thought there was an R from the schedule, sorry. So labor market. So in terms of the qualitative voices of persons with disabilities, we see here a person with Barbados says people often just see you as a person with disability. In my experience of working, they just kept saying the blind girl that was working here. And it didn't matter that I was doing everything that I needed to do. People just like focused on the disability. When we looked at the employment data, this is the ECLAC analysis of the working age population, we saw that 34% of the working age population was employed in these 8 countries that I mentioned before, like Barbados, Trinidad, Grenada, St. Lucia, etc., compared with 59%. So we're seeing that, half the proportion of persons with disabilities were employed in these 8 countries. And when we look at the information for Barbados, for example, for 2010, it painted a similar picture where 33% of Barbadians with disabilities were employed compared with 75% of persons without disabilities. So there are really big differences for these 3 countries. So with that said, I think the conversation that we have and the advocacy that we do, we need to focus on not just placating and providing information at national levels, but begin to interrogate the data by gender, by age, by severity and type of disability, and looking at the type of education that people access and how poverty feeds into undercutting people realizing their full potential. So the last thing I want to talk about today is this final slide here that I call like a framework for equity, which really says that in addition to anti-discrimination legislation in the context of Barbados and drawing on the comparative data from Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, we do need a social and institutional policy environment that mainstreams disability in developmental objectives and also provide specific policy and program initiatives that empower persons with disabilities. And to readiness for employment, it requires like a broader context of human rights in general. It requires social protection. So for families that are poor, that don't have the resources, then they need support with grants so that they can have access to education and be able to overcome the barriers that they face. There's need for assessment, rehabilitation, and healthcare that is contingent on the type of disability and the severity. There's also need for communication and environmental access that really will prepare people actively for the labor market. So that brings me to the end of what I really wanted to share with you, just ending on this quote from a person with disability who says we can do things just the same as average persons, but in different ways. It's just that we're differently abled. And this conversation of how we move to creating a more equitable and equal society really means that we need to look at lived experience of people with disabilities and highlight their full potential and how that can be maximized so that they can be resilient and live independent lives without dependence on anyone, including the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia?
Thank you.
Does everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello? Yes. Alicia?
Yes, I can hear you, Gloria.
Any questions before? I think in this session we have persons to lead in terms of questions, and we have Andre Fisher or Jason. Any questions? Okay, go ahead.
She made mention in the presentation about someone that has disability. But what about persons with autism that are not able to do certain things because they may be on the extreme in terms of shadowing? As the person mentioned about, we're more empathetic or sympathetic, but not necessarily helping. What provision is made for shadowing? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
What provision is made for shadowing for in school and also in the area of employment, and that's something that we can actually create some kind of policy, also in terms of that they receive, and also can a parent or a caregiver of the same person shadow that person in the system.
I heard the question. Should I respond now or you have more questions?
Dr. Gill,
Yes,
is she online?
yes, I am. Can you hear me?
All right, sorry. Yes, I'm hearing you now. So one of the participants was asking about the shadow for persons with disabilities. He never heard any mention of that during the presentation.
Yes, I think that's a good point. I didn't go into like the granular recommendations beyond like that overarching framework, but I do think shadowing plays a role. I was speaking to my sister who is an educator at a primary school in Jamaica and reflecting on her experience of how things have evolved with shadowing in her classroom since our policies have changed in recent years. So I think there's a place for that in education. There's also a place for that in employment and life in general. And that has to be determined at the individual level, this type of support one would need to function at their highest potential. So yes, undoubtedly there's a role for that. I think the question always is who pays for it. In my view, the state should pay for it. Or there can be private sector partnership to leverage support for this, as we've seen in other countries, both developed and developing, where there's a partnership approach to fund things. I think in the context of the Caribbean, we always say, okay, these are great recommendations, but who's going to finance this because we have limited resources? And then when there is limited resources, we tend to direct most of those resources to persons without disabilities in an involuntarily discriminatory way. So I'm completely aligned with your articulation there, that's a fundamental part of what we should be doing so that people can be ready for the labor market.
One thing jumped out at me when you were doing your presentation is the gap you mentioned about, well, across the Caribbean, about not having any information about how persons with disabilities are performing while being employed. And I know the UNCRPD documents, it makes mention about collecting data, right? So what I want to ask, how is that done overseas, particularly in the first world countries, and what are some of the recommendations you would give to Caribbean countries in order to get this up and running?
Yeah, I think since I've worked in this area, I would say almost 20 years, I think over time, like there have been more people, particularly in the UWI community, who's been doing work like Dr. Morris or Dr. Parry or even Salisa's UE team with the project with the Caribbean Development Bank. So there've been more actors or researchers in the area than when I started 20 years ago as a PhD student at Mona campus and would have done like that seminal work. So how is the question? So in Canada, I served there as adjunct faculty at formerly Ryerson. It's now Toronto Metropolitan University and York University in Canada. And there's a lot of reliance on publicly funded research grants, which are not so much available in the Caribbean. There's also government itself providing resources through its agencies, like in Trinidad, it would be the National Disability Unit, or in Jamaica, the Jamaica Council of Persons with Disabilities, actually putting budget aside for these reports. So there's not only reliance on scholars that are interested in like pushing the agenda here. So I think that's really how it's done. And with the UNCRPD, with the periodic reporting that requires national report and even shadow reports that provides additional push for resources to be available. But I also want to say that there's room for our non-governmental organizations to actually push for this in terms of being data-driven in our advocacy at the various tables that we sit at, because we end up having a lot of dated data and continuously playing a catch-up work to know what is the current situation and just revisiting things every few years and trying to give a situation analysis that is not always current. So even the data here I'm using for Barbados, that's 2010. That's because the statistical office, that's all they have provided. They have not provided more recent data. And, you know, there is, so without, it's as if you have to clasp together the political will with the resources. So that's how I've seen it done in developed countries, using Canada as like a case in point. But there are developing countries as well that you can point to, like in South Africa, etc., you know, that have been putting their resources on the table to making sure that we actually can understand what's happening in the community in terms of data to inform decision making.
And interestingly, you mentioned about the data, because I remember a couple of years ago, while working on the campus, we were doing some research, and what we found was that many employers really enjoyed working with persons with disabilities internationally. You know, sometimes in the Caribbean, most persons believe that we would be a burden to the workplace. So I believe the relevant authorities need to get on board. And I'm sure with these researches that they will do, they will know that we are more than just burden to the organization. Mr. Harris, you can go ahead now with your question.
Yes.
Good morning. Coming first of all, just to say that the presentation was extremely interesting. I'm sure there's enough for us to continue to talk about it all day and beyond. But in terms of, well, there was your mention of the disparity in terms of persons, I think in Jamaica, who have tertiary education. I thought based on the number of persons that, you know, are aware on that are on the university campus, for example, I thought that this disparity was greater. But in terms of my specific question, I wanted to find out if your data picked up anything in terms of the kind of education available to persons with disabilities and how that impacted them getting into entry-level jobs. Simply, I'm asking that because, you know, it's the fact that we know that a significant number of us will not get to the extent where we have certification at all, but just tertiary certification.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I think that's a great point to flag. So two things to respond to that information that I don't have on this slide. When we look at the occupational data for persons with disabilities compared with persons with and without disabilities, we see a higher proportion of persons without disabilities doing non-professional roles. So that tells us that hits the question that you've asked squarely by saying that most persons with disabilities tend to, because of the educational disparity and other discriminatory factors, tend to enter into those entry-level roles. And that ties in with the fact that you have a very tiny proportion that actually obtain tertiary level education, around 3% for Jamaica. And so it's really that 3% that end up being social workers, education, educators, executive directors, psychologists, professors at the university. It's really those persons that have, and then those who are in the other categories tend to be really ensconced in that what I call liminal or peripheral situation of employment where it's entry level. And I'm just gonna quote something that somebody told me from a Jamaican project about 15 or so years ago, that the individual was being paid, working for a long time and paid from petty cash for a long time. So it's as if they the role was not recognized for any long-term permanence. There are other examples too, where persons with disabilities are working, but they're working below the minimum wage. And I remember speaking to a mother with intellectual disabilities, and I said to her, why do you continue doing this? You know, the minimum wage is this. And she's like, well, you know, Anicia, I have a son, and he also has an intellectual disability, and his father is not supporting. What do I do? So I continue to work in this liminal position because at least it can help us to take care of certain things. And I'm not gonna like inform on the employer, because this is better than nothing, as we would say in the Jamaican context. Or in Barbados, they say, you know, we ain't gonna get nothing else, so might as well we do this, right? So I would provide those two things to answer your question. So it's really, there are people who are caught between the rock and the hard place. When I looked at the data for persons working below the minimum wage, almost twice the proportion of persons with disabilities were working below the minimum wage compared with persons without disabilities in Jamaica. Looking at the census data and creating.
Hi, Anicia. We're going to have to wrap up your session now to commence the next session. It was a very engaging, was a very informative session. We are now going to move to Miss Denise Daly. She was one of our earlier presenters. Her session is on the road to change employing persons with disabilities. This session will be chaired by Mrs. Shelley Ann Morris.
Thank you.
Okay, so we want to thank Dr. Anicia Gale for her presentation, and what she has outlined, we definitely demonstrate that there's a strong relationship between the kind of educational, your educational qualification, and it relates to the kinds of job or any job at all that you might do. So as we go along, we want to make that linkage and to encourage people where possible to upgrade themselves. So thank you, Dr. Gale. Thanks. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Goff, as well as Dr. Gale and our presenters today. Good afternoon, everyone in our conference room, and to those who have been joining us online. We want to welcome you, as Mrs. Robinson said, to the road to change employing persons with disabilities. Now, Ms. Denise Daly is the Member of Parliament for Eastern St. Catherine. She is also the opposition spokesperson with responsibilities for gender, disabilities, and inclusion. Ms. Goff showing us how it's done. She first ventured into representational politics in 1986 when she became the councillor for the Linfield Division in Northwest St. Catherine. She's an educator by profession and has a passion for the poor and the dispossessed. Please join me as we welcome Ms. Denise Daly.
On my script, I would good morning, but now I have to say good afternoon. The road to change the perspective of persons with disabilities. Madam Chairman, members of the academic community, individuals representing organizations for persons with disabilities and persons with disabilities. a pleasant good afternoon to you all, both in this room and online. Let me take this opportunity to extend my profound gratitude to Senator Dr. Floyd Morris and his team from the Center for Disability Studies for inviting me to speak at this conference today. Indeed, it is really an extremely important conference for me. The theme for the conference, employment creation, the path to sustainable development for persons with disabilities in the Caribbean, is of tremendous importance to the estimated 460,000 and still counting persons with disabilities. They are living in Jamaica. These individuals are the most marginalized in society. Such marginalization has risen because of low level of education, poor health outcome, extremely high in unemployment, negative and social attitude towards these individuals. Ultimately, these individuals are at a disadvantage, and this cannot be allowed to continue in this 21st century. The way a country treats children, elderly, and disabled speaks volume to its character. It reflects on our value, our compassion, and our commitment to equity and justice. As a society, we must accept persons with disabilities as it is paramount. Persons with disabilities are human beings and are therefore subject to the same fundamental rights and freedoms prescribed by various human rights treaties. The Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities reaffirm the fundamental rights and freedom for all persons with disabilities, including these rights and freedoms. Is the right to work and the right for employment. This is why the theme for this conference today is so critical and important. In my presentation, I want to anchor my thoughts along the road to change for persons with disabilities in the context of employment. The calculation from the various research is pointing approximately to about 90% of the population of persons with disabilities in Jamaica that are unemployed. 90%. This is certainly a crisis among the population of persons with disabilities and required urgent action. As we embark on the road to change, we must put out creative and collective thoughts together and action in order to generate sustainable employment for persons with disabilities. Under the CRPD, persons with disabilities are now rights holders. This is fundamental shift away from the traditional welfare approach to disability. The CRPD is pushing for greater inclusion, participation, and non-discrimination against persons with disabilities. As such, persons with disabilities have a right to work and to be employed. Persons with disabilities are therefore to get equal pay, and I heard the presenter speaking about it, equal pay for equal work done at the workplace. I take note that the CRPD cleared upon things like sheltered workshops. Sheltered workshops have been used as mechanism to provide basic jobs for persons with disabilities across the world, it's not just Jamaica. In these workshops, persons with disabilities would be paid less, and it was also discussed, than minimum wage for their work, and this constitutes a violation of their rights to be compensated on an equal basis with others. Furthermore, sheltered workshops, according to the International Labour Organization, the ILO, violates the decent work agenda, as they do not provide some of the basic benefits to employees with disabilities. There is therefore a push by the CRPD to have sheltered workshops abolished and have them replaced with more progressive and more sustainable means of employment for persons with disabilities. In protecting the rights of persons with disabilities, the visionary leadership of Portia Simpson Miller created the Disabilities Act to ensure that it is illegal to discriminate against persons with disabilities in any sphere of life. This is most commendable and salutary. In the Disabilities Act, we establish areas for vigilance that will ensure that persons with disabilities have some form of recourse if their rights are violated. For example, it was the administration of which I was a member of parliament that entrenched the Disability Rights Tribunal in law, so that if persons with disabilities are discriminated against, they can go to the entity for redress, and this is at no cost to the person with disability. The administration of which I am a proud member of also made it possible for a code of practice to be formulated to guide stakeholders in how to relate with persons with disabilities. And I see also that the Jamaica Council of Persons with Disabilities, the JCP, has established an employment code of practice for persons with disabilities, and this is most commendable. We must now move with swiftness to implement these codes so that persons with disabilities can get the protection in the legal market. But although we have put in place the legislative framework to protect persons with disabilities, we must now move to get jobs for these individuals. This is where real change comes. Government must lead the way in this regard. So, the government must enforce the policy of having 5% of the public sector reserved for persons with disabilities. We cannot want the private sector to do things, and the government is not acting upon its commitments. The government has to move to ensure that the ARTRUST, which is the National Training Agency, becomes more inclusive and accessible to persons with disabilities across the island. For persons with disabilities to be effective in labor market, they must receive training. And ARTRUST must lead by example and make all of its facilities accessible for persons with disabilities. As soon as persons with disabilities complete their training at ARTRUST now, the government must ensure that there is a job placement mechanism to include persons with disabilities in the labor market. They should collaborate with the private sector and other government agencies to employ these trained persons with disabilities for at least 1 year so that they can receive job experience. The government must also use its procurement of goods and services to aid in stimulating employment for persons with disabilities. Every year, the government spends billions of dollars on contracting of goods and services. And what should happen is that conditions must be placed that those who receive these contracts to provide goods and services to the government must employ persons with disabilities. We would have to look at the size of the contract, though, and then make a determination to how many persons with disabilities should be employed. For example, if a person receives a $20 million contract from government to provide goods and services, that company should be required to employ at least a minimum of one person with disability, at least one. The business processing outsourcing BPO sector is one of the area of growth in the economy. The government must ensure that a percentage of the jobs being created in this sector be reserved for persons with disabilities. Government provides a number of incentives to these companies to operate in the country, and the incentives should be linked to the employment of persons with disabilities. The government must also ensure that there are special allocations from the Universal Fund, Service Fund, every year for persons with disabilities to get a grant to purchase a desktop computer or a laptop with the requisite software, not just requisite software to assist with their work. Such a grant should be accessible to the person with disability. I'm going to wrap up now because on the road to change the economic landscape for persons with disabilities, we must ensure that when they get employment, they can access the bank to save and invest this money. And I just wanted to give a very one, because this is important. At the moment, the banks are very inaccessible to persons with disabilities. At a time where there is great emphasis on the digital economy and banks are going electronic, provision must be made for persons with disabilities. Banks must ensure that their websites are accessible so that persons with disabilities can do online banking with ease. Similarly, banks must ensure that wherever they have their ATM, at least one is fully accessible for persons with disabilities. The ATMs must have keypads that will allow for blind persons to use them independently, especially in the advent of scanning, so you will be able to do it yourself. The ATMs must also have access for wheelchair users. We have to change the society to make it more inclusive and accessible to persons. In closing, I want to commend again Senator Dr. Floyd Morris, the Director and Senior Lecturer at the Center for Disability Studies, for inviting me to this conference. This conference is a reflection of its tremendous love and advocacy for persons with disabilities in Jamaica and the world at large. The focus on employment for persons with disabilities is one of the areas that, based on research and interaction with persons with disabilities, need immediate attention. Having this conference to discuss this topic is indeed important. What is evident is that things cannot continue the same way for persons with disabilities. We need less talk and more action. More action to implement this Disability Act. More action to implement the Code of Practice. More action to generate employment for persons with disabilities. This is indeed a great beginning. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daly. Thank you. Now, we can accommodate 3 questions as we work together to keep our time on time, for want of a better phrase. Is there a question? Yes. For the minute. Robert?
Good afternoon. Is there anything in black and white that we can use before the government? I want to ask them as required to employ more persons with disability and put in place the necessary resources without compromise. Is there any policy or anything that we can use to hold them to the book?
Excellent. Yeah. Just to say that I'm the opposition spokesperson, and our manifesto that we are working on now, that is what we are proposing, and that is what we intend to carry out once it's on the list. But as it is now, there is nothing worthwhile. I believe there is some things on the books, but there is nothing that is in concrete that can hold the government accountable for a portion or a thing.
Thank you very much. Is there another question? Oh, one, so sorry, there's a hand. Robert, then there's a hand at the front here. That's a follow-up. So quickly, for you, and then I'll take this lady at the front with her.
You made mention of 90% of persons that are unemployed within the disabled community. Would it be a little bit presumptuous to ask to reflect them somewhat, or to ask of them to at least out of that 90% to increase it to probably 30, 70? Would that be too presumptuous? I know kind of 50-50, so I understand what's happening, but at least to increase the numbers and allow other persons again to get gainful employment so we can help to better raise our family, do business. But is there anything else regarding employment in terms of having your own business or any allocation of funds from the government to help also in this area for persons like us who want to do our own business?
Thank you very much for that question. It was part of my presentation, but because I was limited with the time, I could not bring forth. There is some allocation from the government for persons who want to do their own businesses. And I think it's about 15 million. Our recommendation per year, our recommendation is that we move it to 100 million per year in order to be able to capture more persons with disabilities, in order that they can do their own businesses, especially if it is going to create some problems in getting people into the government system and into the public sector. Because I know a number of persons who have disabilities can do, they are great entrepreneurs. And also the 30% that you are looking at in terms of making sure. In my presentation coming in June, I will be recommending that to the government.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to know if there is any, first I should say, be the first country to put our names on paper during the CRPD. Is there anything that is in place to evaluate the different areas, employment, health, whatever? Probably now we are unemployment. But is there anything that is in place to evaluate where we are at, where we were then, where we are now, what the improvement, what could we do differently? How can we say, well, whether or not we have made a dent? And being an advocacy for so many years, I like to see result-oriented things. And we look at persons that are employed to employers. We can also look at persons that are self-employed. How are they functioning? Do they need help? What help have we given them since the convention? What help do they need? How do we do a survey to see what happened and what is happening and what we expect of it? Trust me, we have a lot of things. Answer those.
I think you have answered some of the questions that you have asked. Because it's great recommendation, and I'm certain your organization would have had data. But I listened to the presenter on screen, and I was told that some of the data is from about 2010. So therefore, it is going to be imperative that if we really serious about the disability communities and persons with disabilities, we will have to take on some of the very same thing you're talking about, so that we will understand where we are and where we need to go. So I will take that up as part of my assignment now, so that at the next any meeting of this nature, or to make any public pronouncement, I will be able to speak with more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bailey. Is that your hand, Ms. Goff? You have a question? Okay, just responding to something Mary said, about, and I think it brings to light the fact that we need more people to be informed of what is happening, Mary. The CRPD committee evaluates countries over a time period. When it just signed up, I think you have to report to them within, I'm trying to remember if it's 2 or 4 years. I think it's 2 years. Jamaica reported very late, years later. And in 2022, I think it was, they evaluated Jamaica, in the sense that Jamaica had to submit a report, and out of that report, the CRPD looked at it and asked some questions back to Jamaica to respond to. And my Combined Disabilities Association, Jamaica Association on Intellectual Disabilities, Jamaica Society for the Blind, and Jamaica Association for the Deaf. The 4 organizations, others were invited, once joined and then dropped out, but the 4 organizations put together the NGO sector, the people sector, on as to how we viewed the report that was submitted by government. So we responded to each item that the government raised, whether we agree with it, and we didn't say our country was lying, because you know, I love the country, but we did say that while they said it was X amount of percent on the ground, or based on whatever, this is not what it is, and we made recommendations and so on and so forth. Then when they had the actual interview with the country, they asked a lot of questions and you had to answer, and what they did not agree with, you have to go and come back with evidence. And the day before that, we had the same 4 organizations I told you we had to present online to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So they have evaluated Jamaica, and they have now sent a document that says, based on our evaluation, this is where Jamaica is, but this is where we think they should be, because they need to do this and they need to do that. So what we can do, I think, is circulate that report to the sector so that people are aware. And it just brings to mind the fact that maybe in one of our RAP sessions, we could have used to share that information. So thanks for that. Thank you very much. So that's the committee on which Senator Dr. Floyd Morris serves, and he wants to make an intervention as we wrap up.
I just want to say in response to the final aspect of Gloria's point, that the concluding observation, which she referred to, is supposed to be tabled in Parliament. Well, first it has to go to Cabinet, then it is to be tabled in Parliament, and it is to be circulated by the government to all the various institutions of and for persons with disabilities. In the recommendation, should have been done some time ago. I don't know what has caused the delay, but that is a matter that should have been done some time ago. In case, notwithstanding that, the report is available online at the CRPD website, where you can search for it. Just type in concluding CRPD concluding observations for Jamaica, and it will come up and you can get it. It is also in an accessible form.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Lloyd Morris, for that intervention. And we'd like to thank Ms. Denise Daly for her presentation on the road to change, employing persons with disabilities. And we all should remember that this is a rights-based society, and we do have a right as persons with disabilities to political involvement and political representation, to continue to keep both our parties on their feet as it relates to issues for persons with disabilities. Thank you, everyone. Continue to have a great conference.
Okay, so we have another session that is going to be commencing now. Is Dr. Christine Clark here? Okay, Dr. Clark is here. So we're going to be moving straight into that session. We have indicated we are running behind because of what transpired yesterday, and we carried over a session this morning, and we are struggling with time. So we have cut the presentations, and the session is going to be 45 minutes, which will take us right down to lunchtime. And we are giving you 40 minutes for lunch. And then we go into the presentation after. Just to indicate, we're still trying to get Dr. Kabui, who he is all the way in Africa. He sent me a WhatsApp to say that he was prepared but delayed at a health center, and we were just trying to accommodate it by filling gap this morning in the early session there. That's why one of the sessions went on like that, because we're trying to accommodate him to get him online. But we are going to try and squeeze him in if it's possible after lunch. So now I want to introduce to you the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, Dr. Christine Clark, and my very good friend. And I want to hand over this session to her as she chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to chair this session, and I'm gonna try my best to introduce our two speakers, Dr. Parry and Dr. Hines. Dr. Parry is currently employed as a junior research fellow at the Sir Arthur Lewis Social and Economic Studies, University of the West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago. Her primary research focus is disability studies, spanning topics such as it's on. Okay, her primary research focus is on disability studies, spanning topics such as education, social care, employment, and well-being. She lectures courses in research design, social research methods, and statistical analysis. For Dr. Hines, she holds a doctorate in public health education from the Loma Linda University School of Public Health and a Master of Arts degree in Educational Administration and Leadership with a specialist degree in education. She launched the Charlotte Educational Services Consortium in 2013 to provide consultancy services on global social issues. Consequent to collaboration with policymakers from government bodies and specialists from academia, she continues to raise awareness as to the realities faced by persons with disabilities. In collaboration with Andrews University, Loma Linda University, and Link to Learn International Education Services, she has also developed a professional diploma in special education based on a needs assessment conducted here in the Caribbean. Please help me welcome the two presenters, and then I'll try to keep us on schedule with allowing you some questions at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're all hearing me, right?
Yes.
All right, great. All right, so when I start my presentation from a point we all know to be true, and that is that persons with disabilities, all persons, including persons with disabilities, have a right to decent work and also have a right to equal pay for equal work. And my presentation is focusing on the latter, the right to equal pay for equal work. But as you all know, and I think some of us know from experience, unfortunately, is that there is a wage gap. Persons with disabilities do experience lower wages compared to persons without disabilities. And so, in speaking about that wage gap, there are many factors that influence it. One, for example, is the lower education qualifications among persons with disabilities. There is also a high concentration of persons with disabilities in self-employment, irregular employment, part-time employment, and then low-paying jobs. I think what's important to note, though, is that all of those factors I'm speaking about is a result of the operating value system in society, ableism. And so what ableism emphasizes is the functional limitations of persons with disabilities, and that hinders their opportunities to access decent work and to also have equal pay. And now the social model of disability would have tried to shift from the functional limitations to the societal barriers, but because the ableist ideas are embedded in our national policies and our laws, ableist ideas are still influencing how persons with disabilities are treated, the attitudes towards disability. And so that's where the rights-based model comes in, right? And that's why I started my presentation talking about rights. The model that is being used now to speak about disability inclusion is the human rights model. And it's important to note, to achieve rights, what the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has indicated or recommended is there is need for research on how ableism is affecting disability and how disability is approached, right? And this is exactly what I'm trying to do with my presentation. I'm looking at employers' views with regards to wage equality to get some insight into how they're thinking about it so that we could put forward some policy and practice recommendations. And so I mentioned that this study is specific to Trinidad and Tobago. If I didn't, I think the chair did. But it is specific to Trinidad and Tobago, so just allow me to share some context. We did sign and ratify the CRPD. We have a national policy, and essentially what that policy says is that there's a need for legislation to ensure equal pay in the workplace. The funny thing is, we do have legislation. It's anti-discrimination legislation, and I think it was Conrad who asked the question, to what extent can anti-discrimination legislation achieve the rights of persons with disabilities? And the answer is very, very low. And speaking from studies I would have done with the Equal Opportunity Act in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, anti-discrimination policy gets you only so far. And so there is a lack of legislative framework looking on the table, but I'm sure that's not just specific to there. So for my study, as I indicated, I'm looking at wage equality, and my research questions, I was interested in finding out what the employers' views with regards to wage equality, what are the factors influencing wage equality views, and then lastly, what are the reasons for employers' views on wage equality. And so I just want to say that, so this study I'm presenting on is actually part of a larger study on employers' attitudes towards the inclusion of persons with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as workplace accommodations. And the questionnaire were two questions looking at wage equality. One was a closed-ended question asking the employers to respond on a 6-point likely scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. That's a statement, and the statement is wages for persons with and without disabilities should be equal. So that's the question that we're responding to. And then immediately after the closed-ended question was an open-ended question seeking responses from the employers in terms of why that was a specific view. And so that is the data I'm presenting on here. And of course, there were demographic variables included in the questionnaire, right? 582 companies were selected to be part of the study, and they received the questionnaire by email. It was an online questionnaire, and so we know how it goes with online surveys, very low response rate. So there was 117 responses, and after I cleaned the data, there was 104. And so that's what the analysis is based on. And although it's a low response rate, I just have to say that the sample size or the number of respondents is still adequate to carry out the kind of analysis that I carried out. And in terms of analysis, I computed frequency to answer the first research question. I carried out regression analysis to answer the second research question, and then the 32 research questions related to the open-ended question I carried out functional comparison analysis. So these are the findings. So for the first research question, what are the views? So essentially I spoke about the 6-point likelihood scale. I divided those 6 points into 3 categories of positive, ambivalent, and negative. And so this is very positive news. 60% of the employers actually have positive wage equality views. So they believe that persons with disabilities should be included. Should have equal wages. So 60%. Then there were 37% that indicated that is somewhat agreed or somewhat disagreed, so that's the ambivalent category, and then just 3% negative. So like I said, very positive news, but there are more results, so let me get to it. In terms of factors, for the entire sample, there was only one factor that was significant, and that was position at companies. And so an employer at a company that had positions for persons with disabilities, they were actually more positive towards wage equality as compared to employers where there were no positions for persons with disabilities. And this is very significant, and I'll tell you why, for 2 reasons. One, disability policy, whether the company had a policy or not, was also included in the model. It was not significant. And the second thing is, as I mentioned, this is a part of a larger study. Disability policy had no influence on employers' attitudes, nor did it have influence on the number of accommodation items in workplaces. And again, positions at companies was a significant factor across those 2 studies as well. Some of the employers had current employees with disabilities, so I created a subsample and ran regression analysis there too. And there were several factors that were significant in cases set, and I'm very kind of ashamed to say this one, but women actually were less more negative towards wage equality compared to men. Of course, programming is needed there. Education had a negative impact on wage equality views. So compared to an employer with secondary school education, someone who had a diploma or a certificate actually were more negative towards wage equality views. I spoke about positions at companies having a positive impact for the entire sample, but it's very strange. Well, not strange, there's a reason why that's happening, right? And I'll speak to that a bit. But position here was actually having the opposite effect. So if the employer, they came from a company where they were positioned for persons with disabilities, that actually had a negative impact on wage equality views. And then lastly, experiences with other persons with disabilities. And when I say other persons with disabilities, I'm speaking about outside the context of friends, family, and the workplace. The experience had a negative impact on wage equality views. And so again, this is the subsample of employers who had current employees with disabilities. And essentially what's coming out of the research is that there is need for intervention for employers when they are employing persons with disabilities. I'll speak about that a little more when I get to my recommendations. I also looked at the factors for the subsample of employers who had past employees with disabilities. Again, education had a negative impact. This time it was postgraduate qualifications compared to employers with secondary school education. Employers with postgraduate qualifications were actually negative, more negative towards wage equality views. I don't think the other one is going to come as a surprise. So an employer with a disability had actually more positive views towards wage equality. I don't think that should be surprising. And then lastly, the rating of the experiences. So as I mentioned, this was the subsample of employers with past experiences or past employees with disabilities. And so they had the opportunity to rate their experience from very bad to very good. And what the result indicated is that when those experiences became more positive, their wage equality views became positive as well. So that's an important finding. And there are different ways in the literature where you can influence positive experiences between an employer and an employee with disability. So some of that definitely needs to come into play. The other significant factor was age, and I have a graph for persons who can see. For the persons who can't see, obviously I'm going to explain it. But essentially, you have for strongly agreeing with wage equality, the probability of strongly agreeing starts off at 0, then increases to about 0.75, which is very high, at age 37, and then increases again to 0. So, you know, it's very interesting how it goes up and goes down. And so, again, there is a need for more longitudinal studies to really understand what the views are throughout the life course of an employer. I spoke about strongly agree, but let me tell you the somewhat disagree, which is a significant category. It was more of a roller coaster because it started off at 28% at age 17. It went up to 46% at about 22 years. Went down again to 0%, stayed at 0% for about 20 years, and then went up again, then came down again. And so, yes, the point of needing a longitudinal studies to really understand employers' views on wage equality would be needed. So this is the quantitative data. So let me just quickly go through the qualitative data, right? So remember, we have 3 categories: positive, ambivalent, negative. Just generally across all 3 categories, employers believe that wages should be commensurate with the performance of the person. So that's positive, right? But there are differences between these 3 categories. So employers who were positive towards wage equality, they believe that persons with disabilities could work at the same level as persons without disabilities could, produce in a timely manner, just like persons without disabilities. But then when it came to the ambivalent and the negative wage equality views, that's when the ableist ideas came into play. And so they believe that persons with disabilities could not perform at the same level as persons without disabilities. And so, yes, those are the views that we need to change, right? But something I want to point out, though, is that for the ambivalent views, so again, these are people who somewhat agreed or somewhat disagreed with wage equality. What they indicated in addition to the ableist views was that actually persons with disabilities should be paid more because they tend to be more focused. And I think it's not that about my presentation yesterday, that because they're more focused, they should be paid more. So although it's ambivalent, the reason is not ambivalent or negative, it's actually a positive view, right? And so this is why it's also important to collect qualitative data when you're doing research to really get into the nitty-gritty, right? Another important finding is in terms of accommodation. So employers acknowledge that accommodations was needed to include persons with disabilities in workplace, but also to ensure that they had equal pay. And so for the person employers in the positive attitude, positive wage equality view, they indicated, yes, we need to accommodate persons with disabilities so that they can make a contribution and be paid the salary that is specified with the job, right? There's no information coming out there in terms of like reduced payments, right? It's interesting because the employers in the ambivalent view started to talk about a reduction in tasks. Think equating if you provide accommodations with a reduced workload or reduced tasks, and in my head I was like, no, that can't be because how I define employment, it was full-time employment, it wasn't part-time employment. And when you talk about decreased workload and reduction in tax, you're talking about part-time employment. But so clearly there's a misconception with employers in terms of what accommodations really are. And let me give you another example to kind of cement that, right? So some employers actually thought that to make a contribution, you need to be present in the office. And if you're not present in the office, you're not making equal contribution to your peers, and therefore your wages should be reduced. And so essentially what all of that is pointing to is that there is need for awareness on accommodation specific to the employer, right? To help them understand what accommodations are and how those could be implemented for persons with disabilities. And so that's a pretty qualitative data. I spoke a little bit about the recommendations. I'm just going to like say them very quickly here just to keep in time. So the first one is increasing awareness of the human rights model. I spoke about that as the model that's being used globally to push the disability agenda. And from the conversation yesterday in the room, there is a need to increase awareness of the human rights model, not just for employers, but for persons with disabilities as well, because they seem to not be aware of their rights. The second thing would be increased awareness about accommodations, and I spoke to that a bit ago. And then lastly, remember I spoke about employers with current employees with disabilities, there being some negative impact for some of the factors which should actually be positive. So my recommendation is coaching. And the coaching is not for employers alone, it's for both employers and persons with disabilities, just to make sure that they transition into the workplace is smooth, and hopefully that should carry out throughout the employment contract. But if not, obviously have interventions throughout the employment. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. And I'm looking forward to the question and answer segment.
Can we go ahead and take the second presentation, and then we can have a good round of questions at the end? Welcome, Dr. Hanks. Yes.
Because mine is working.
Oh, okay.
I promised 3 sentences. Sentence 1, I'm hungry. Sentence 2, are you? Sentence 3, let's eat. All right, I am delighted to be here. Guess why? I've never been to Jamaica before. Let me say that my cursory analysis of Jamaica and Jamaicans, you are it. Bob Marley was right. You are it. I visited the museum because that's important. And I have not had my tour. But let me read you a little bit about UWI. UWI started life as a university college. At the end of the World War II, the Irvine Committee recommended its establishment to provide tertiary level education for the people of the then British West Indies and to meet developmental needs for them, with the expectation that the Federation would be formed. A royal charter was granted for the new single campus residential college. I say all this to say that instruction. I have been told to go on to share my screen. And please let me know that this works. Right. On the Zoom. You were seeing me on Zoom, but now. How could I get it to each other? Because they're- That's what I was saying. I'm getting feedback, so I need to stop. You're on excited. Good. Thank you so much. All right. All of that preamble to say that when I got the invitation to present here by Dr. Claude Morris, I thought that there was a hole in the title of this conference. It says employment creation, the path to sustainable development of persons with disabilities in the Caribbean. So for me, Dr. Morris and colleagues have already concluded. They have made an assessment and their recommendation is in a statement. Employment creation. That's what they said. The path, not a path, any path, perhaps a path. The path to sustainable development, the same development that UWI, for which UWI was created, is established. Sustainable development of, and then there's a category of persons with disabilities in the Caribbean. So we're home. We are in the Caribbean, that was intended, and this has to do with persons with disabilities. Now hear me well. I have just one question, you don't have to raise your hand. Who here does not have a disability? Just think about it. Just think about it when you're home, when you're quiet, no one is with you. And when you accept that, it begins a whole new journey. Thank you so much. He is amazing. Thank you so much, sir. So for me, in response to the call made by Dr. Morris, employment creation, the path to sustainable development of persons with disabilities in the Caribbean, I responded. Madam Chairperson, thank you for the introductions. Let me observe all protocol by perhaps addressing the Honorable Senator, Dr. Claude Morris, members of the international academic community, my students should be online, members of the diplomatic corps, as you are present or online, and most particularly, members of the Caribbean community of care, which I'd like us to go away thinking that that's who we are. The Caribbean community of care. For me, therefore, in response to the call by Dr. Morris and colleagues, it is suggested that I present enhancing disability literacy for employment and employability. For employment, we've discussed it all these 2 days. Everyone, very informative, very detailed and data-oriented. Everyone has presented why we are on the way for employment of persons with disabilities. But are we employable? Is the next half of this contention. I'd like to suggest that this presentation helps us to ponder our readiness for employment. Hear me well. I do not only by this paper address persons with disabilities, if the question answered is in the negative, that we're not all persons with disabilities. What I'd like to suggest is that as we consider the question of employability, that we consider not only the persons applying for employment, but the employer in terms of disability. And I haven't heard too much emphasis on, it's almost an assumption that when you are persons with this, you're the one looking for a job. The person that you're applying to, it's okay. And it's not necessarily so. You can go to someone and that person has a disability. You can send your complaints to the board, and the board, the members of the board have their disabilities. We attend board meetings with our disabilities. We do not leave disabilities at home. I'd like to suggest, therefore, that it is not those employers or the professors or the senators, but that we all have a responsibility for each other. Because we all may, I leave that up to you, be persons with disabilities. So I'd like to raise the specter, sort of tilt the balance a little bit and not look over in the most benign way persons with disabilities, but rather suggest that I'm looking across at a mirror. You are I am you, and we are here together in this world. I do not want you all on Venus or Mars or the moon. You are here on Earth, and so am I. And so it is the symbiosis that we must be always aware of, that we are here living together on this earth. So I am this person, and my presentation today has to do with how we think. Dr. Clark. I'd like to suggest from research that I completed with a team at Loma Linda University on reflective responses to policy statements about disability. We have heard a plethora of recommendations and statements and claims, assessments and evaluations about disability in this erudite forum yesterday and today. What do we do with it? How have you reacted to it? Did you react reflexively, or did you reflect on anything? Reflexive is what you do because you exist, because you were born in this place to these parents, you were treated a certain way, you're of a certain gender, race, educational, school you went to, socioeconomic. You are that person, and you reflexively respond to policy statements. So you may approach an office and you go and the person says you need to fill out this form. And you feel probably the frustration, right? Reflexive. You're not thinking, okay, I've been told this is a requirement, and so I need to do, perhaps I should get a pen, and perhaps I should sit over here outside of the sun and fill this form. That would be reflective, conscious response to the statement that this is what you need to do. But more often than not, we respond reflexively. Reflexively, you hear something on the radio, you hear something on the television, your parents say something, you heard something at work, we hear something now at this forum, and you go away and say, yes, let's complain. You heard that here today. So you leave, and responding reflexively, in your mind, you have some concept of what complain means. And because Dr. Floyd Morris said, let's complain, you go and complain in your way. In your way. Reflection, a reflective response, encourages you to ponder, and not necessarily respond reflexively. Now, let's say that we have a habit of pondering. I suggest by my model, and I'll run through that because I said I am hungry and you are. We, by a habit, by a culture of reflection, become persons who reflexively make positive, right decisions. Do we get that? Because of your upbringing, because of your personality, because of where you were born, with whom you were, your school, how much far you went to school, when things occur, when you're in situations, you respond reflect. Because road rage. Road rage. Match my corn, I match yours. All right? What happens with education, and I've heard that so often, and I'm proposing that as a path to employment, is that we encourage ourselves and others to have a culture of reflection, to think things through before you respond to your mother, your spouse, your colleague, the person on the road, the person at the office, the employer that just fired you or didn't hire you. So my research questions for you, therefore, is how do responses on the continuum of reflexive to reflective modify decisions about health and outcomes? I'm asking you, when you get in from reflexive to reflective, and you have that culture of reflecting on things, on situations, how does that modify your decisions about your health? Not only yours, but others. Because what we're saying is it's not just the PWDs. Let's not lose our focus. How do you reflect on yourself? Because health, the health diet, that relationship between you and the PWD is determined also by your state of health. And if you're irritable, if you're whatever, you say, man, you're bothering me, oh, stop it, you shout, you hit out. All right? So we are managing ourselves. How do levels of health literacy, therefore? I'm suggesting that this is all health literacy. Are we health literate? Can we make decisions that promote health? Is my understanding of health. How do levels of health literacy mediate reflexive, involuntary, I just do it because, and reflective or voluntary, pondered decisions, responses by individuals and groups, Dr. Clark, policy statements. I say individuals because each group comprises individuals. Any group that you're in, church, family, boyfriend, girlfriend, teacher, student, any group comprises individuals. So we're always going to deal with the individual and the group. What is the role, therefore, of health literacy in the management of disabilities from self to the individual to all of society? These are my research questions for us coming out, rising out of this conference and moving forward. So I rush to the old people and I present a theoretic triad. I present the health belief model by Rosenstock for behavior change. Are we good? Then the trans-theoretical model that describes the stages of change. When do you, are you in pre-contemplation or contemplation? Is there acute action? When do you make the decision to comply with the doctor's recommendation, with learning how to use a device, assisted devices. And then lastly, the socio-ecological model, because I declare to you today, except we are all in this, none of us would survive. Except we are all in this, none of us would survive. And please, no more able-bodied references. We are all in this together. So, I, a Caribbean person, I have developed novel models, and I'd like to share them with you for my people, you, our together. First, the symbiotic syndromic model for responses to policy statements. I developed this in 2020, of course, part of my doctoral journey. Symbiotic because we are in this together. Syndromic because we're thinking of challenges, problems, syndromes, and illnesses, and observe problems and we try to fix them. Then secondly, the second model is management of disability in the Caribbean. I've modified today's presentation. Management of disability in the Caribbean by health literacy. That's a management model. We spoke today about several models. Going to the legal model, what have you. I'm suggesting that we need a management model, right? And then health literacy inverse conversions. I'd like to show you where we all meet, at which point we all meet in society. I think that it is crucial and important that we understand that folk are not over on that side and I'm over here and I'm protected. So we meet each other. Then there's the health literacy equation. We can talk about that at another forum, and the health literacy scale, which I have typed. This is my whole doctoral journey. Well, on that, but here is where I think the previous presenter spoke to cues. Or two persons before spoke to cues. In this model, I'm suggesting that way back in your mommy's belly, things started to happen that prepare you for the decisions that you make today. This is a health belief model. It speaks about the demographics, where you were born, to whom, and then the pressures. Who are you associated with? Your parents, your peers, your partners. Those persons influence your decision culture. Then I am melding that with the trans-theoretical theory, which says that all of this happens in a pre-contemplative state before a situation occurs. Right? Then there's a situation, there's a cue to action, something happens. You go through what we call fight or flight, what have you, decision making. There are perceptions of your system. Oh, I might get COVID. Oh, I might fall. Oh, if I don't use my cane, something will happen. And so this model takes us through the details of how decisions are made. Let me not bore you with the details. We can do that in reading. You are hungry, I am hungry. The management model deals with policy statements. As soon as it's said from persons of authority, you make decisions. We've discussed that. We have discussed all of that. So let me conclude this by saying this. In society, here's the point at which we meet. You see, there's the individual, the family, the community, organization, and policy maker. And we come at it from different directions, most times opposing directions. So when we all come here, you're coming from different experiences. How do we agree? When we leave this conference, how do we agree? What is our attitude when we leave this conference? I am suggesting that you will leave either as a predator. You kill somebody else in terms of, I will get the job and not you. I will get this and not you. My organization will succeed and not you. I will get the grant and talk poorly about you so you don't get it. Predators. Or as a competitor. You know, we're doing this together, but I'll do a little thing, I'll add some salt, I'll add some flavor to it, and we're competitors. Or we're parasites. I'll just go along with you. I'm there for the ride. You do the work. You know, I'll join you at the party, right? Some people are sacrifice. They wait until things die and then they eat all of it. I'd like to suggest that there is commensalism, right? Where one party benefits but does not harm the other party. I benefit, but I don't harm you, right? I get to eat, but you're fasting today. So I'm not harming you. I could have all of the food, right? I'm not harming you. There is for us the possibility of mutualism, where we both benefit. Even if we don't have hands, a disability. But you've seen that meme, where the one-hand person just takes the spoon with the mouth and feeds someone else. And so there are two villages. You've heard the story. Everyone in this village is skinny and dying. Everyone here is the fat kind. We're like, you're both with a disability. How come you're thriving and how come they're dying? Well, we use what we have. I take my mouth and I feed you. I don't try to eat. Because if I throw it up, it will fall over me. But I feed you, I can see you, I can eat properly, you eat. You pick up the food and you feed me. Mutualism doesn't matter the disability. It is what we have in us that we will feed each other. I am done, we are hungry, let us go. Symbiosis, therefore, living together with each other, it is a type of close and long-term interaction that may manifest not only in positive ways, but negative ones, as I suggested. You can be a predator, a competitor, you can be a parasite, a sacrifice, or you can be a commensalist, or regions. Final tips. Our region is experiencing the phenomenon of disability management. Over and over. Together, we can approach it and fulfill SDG 70, form partnerships, is my suggestion. The models of health literacy that I've just outlined mandate that we know who we are and whose we are. Are you Jamaicans? Are you in a church? Are you in a family? Who are you? Are you disabled, differently abled, fully abled? So whose we are and who we are. And let us, I would suggest, Dr. Clark, let's have a research agenda. Let's have a needs assessment. I do that all the time. Let's do research and develop more models and make sure that we advance our development. Here's where I think you mentioned that in your introduction. I am associated with the University of the Southern Caribbean, offering training, Andrews University offering training. My organization offers training, and all of these, the diploma, the certificate, the professional, the bachelor. I conduct masters internships with local English students, and our outfit is the only Caribbean outfit that offers evaluation of persons with disabilities in a virtual space. So I'd like to bring that to the region. No more you have your big bag of papers doing evaluations. We do it with all the regulations of the US. We do it virtually, and we want to start them. So my question is, can we collaborate? I would extend my hand to Dr. Floyd Morris and all of you colleagues and ask, can I collaborate with you for perhaps the next 3 years and have a Caribbean collaboration for disabilities here at UWI? I thank you so very much. These are my references. Thank you so much. This is the organization that I represent, and we don't need questions. God bless you.
Unfortunately, there were a few hands. Thank you very much. Again, both presenters, if you just make yourself available so we can see their work or still are in hands. And I know your hand was up from the very first presentation. Were there mine? Okay, one coming to you.
Yes, one question for Dr. Corey. Right, you are saying that we all have an equal right to work, equal right to pay, but I'm wondering, right, if there are sensitizations for are there any sensitization seminars, any at all for employers, the people who hire us, for the people who hire persons with disabilities? Are there any seminars for them that teach them about us so that they know how to deal with us so that we get that equal pay?
Yes, sir. Both of you can help.
Thank you for the question. So that's a recommendation that I'm making. I do believe that there are seminars in place, but like how many and what it focuses on, I can't speak to it. And then remember, my city is based on Trinidad and Tobago. I can't speak to Jamaican context, unfortunately. But I'm sure there are seminars and whatnot, but I do think that there is a need for greater awareness. And these seminars or workshops or whatever we want to call them need to be pinpointed at different things coming out of the research. It's not just like a nitty-gritty presentation that you share with the employers. It has to be something related to what's coming out of research, informed by research, and yeah, so to be able to change your perspectives. But thank you for the question.
And may I just add to that? My organization, that's what we do. We come together with everyone else and we instruct in a very studied way. We teach you the law, what your rights are. We teach you who you are, what are the categories of disabilities. Sometimes we don't know. So we go through all of that. In 6 months, we cover the entire arc of special education needs. and we begin our program, our next iteration begins June 1. So June to October, at the end of that, you can choose whether you want a certificate or a diploma. But when we speak of employment, most of us need a paper. You need something to take to your employer. Look, I've gone through this training. We give you 6 months, you're ready. Every month, it's a different module.
Good afternoon, wonderful people. Now, this lady is just remarkable. When I see you, I see me. And that is my goal for Jamaica and the rest of the world. Whenever I see you, I see me. Because there is life moving, there's a God in you moving, that's what I look at. Now, my big question is, prevention. How do we prevent disability? It's out there, flying all over. You have guns, you have buckets, you have knives, you have all that of things. To prevent, we have to work on the prevention of disability, the type of food we eat, the type that causes disability. We have to put out there what we can do to prevent.
Yes, ma'am. When I presented to Andrews University, I saw jaws drop because in our outfit, we present architecture and issue certificates of compliance. If you have a little store, if you have a house, a church, whatever, are you ready for persons with disabilities? Not just whether you have a cane or a ramp, but is the lighting correct? Is the paint for neurodivergent people? Right? Are the sounds? Some of us do a lot of praise and worship, and it's too much for the neurodivergent. Yeah. So they're not coming to church because you're praising the Lord. No. Right? Put them in a beautifully appointed room. When I did my Peace Corps service in Georgia and Eastern Europe, it's a beautiful room for neurodivergent. The color, the paint, everything is considered. And so when you're doing church, you have to do church for everyone. The other course that we offer is nutrition. Someone asked, nutrition, so what you eat, yes, ma'am. And then the research we're doing is how do we, one of the things Dr. someone was saying, we have the statistics that when the more persons that are employed right now in New York, the less the crime. So if we want to prevent crime, employ people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Dr. Perry. Thank you, Dr. Hines. Your presentations were absolutely lovely and well received. We will now break for lunch. We're asking that persons have their lunch as quickly as possible for us to return for our next session. We will have a slight change in the order to accommodate Dr. Samuel Kabui, who is now on. So we will be taking his presentation at 2:15. His presentation is the CRPD and the right to work and employment of persons with disabilities. We will allow him 15 minutes to present, after which we will have a 10-minute question and answer session. And then we will move into Dr. Shakisha Scott and Dr. Marilyn McCoy on their sessions where are they now, and then subsequently the program will flow as indicated going forward. The lunch is downstairs in the dining hall where we had it yesterday.
Right. This one, is from so it just blew my mind saying, and when I heard, so no, when I hear, I'm like, okay. I mean, she's like hardcore bad something, and then here you are hardcore like thieves. I understand. So, she took it by and it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and I trust you all had a good lunch. Hello? Okay, great. So we are going to venture into the afternoon session, and we are going at lightning speed because, you know, yesterday in our review session, our committee wants us to finish 5 o'clock because that's scheduled to finish at 6. So we have to work in a very tight time frame in order to meet that timeline so that, you know, we don't lose our audience, right? And everybody would get a piece of the pie, so to speak. So we are going to venture into a quick session here with Dr. Samuel Kabui, who should have been with us this morning, but you know, the exigencies of life caused him not to be able to get on, but he has decided to stay up and join in with the presentation. So we are going to go into that presentation now. We are going to give him 10 minutes to present, and then we have another 15 minutes for question and answers. All right? So, Ms. Archer, please have the clock. Please have the clock. Dr. Kabui is a long-standing member of the CRPD committee. This is his 8th year of being a member of the committee. He's from Kenya and is actively involved with the disability movement, not just in Kenya, but right across Africa. And he is my personal mentor and friend on the committee, because when I joined in on the committee in 2021, he was there to hold my hands and still holding my hands to guide me through a lot of things. And he should have been here as the guest speaker physically, but you know, the whole sponsorship issue has affected us, and so he's not able to be here physically. So he's going to be joining us online. Dr. Kabui, are you hearing me, Sammy?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me? Nyambra, come and check. Come and check. Come and check. They are not hearing me. Hello.
Welcome. The floor is
Hello.
yours.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm using several gadgets, and I may find myself in a few problems. So if you don't hear me, you need to tell me. Thank you very much. May I first apologize for not being able to participate this morning because of some unforeseen situation in which I found myself. And given the short time that I have now been given, Let me begin by saying the CRPD, on which I'm supposed to be talking, is one of the documents that has marked the departure from the charity era to rights and human rights consideration of persons with disabilities. And we are talking about employment. In the past, employment have been seen from the viewpoint of charity. And many organizations, including the churches, which were forerunners in care and protection of persons with disabilities, provided people with disabilities with something to do as part of charity. And this is why we have had, and this morning this has been mentioned several times, of situations where people are put together in what are called sheltered workshops. Sheltered means protection, to be protected. And so sheltered workshop did not begin as part of a decent way of making people work, but it started as a way of protecting people with disabilities. And it has been very, very difficult to move from this kind of an understanding of the charity approach. But the CRPD has come in to establish the principles and the standards of the rights of people with disabilities to work and to be in employment, and provides the basis for the states, various states that have signed the convention, to meet their obligations in accordance to this convention. It has also come in to ensure that these rights are connected with many other rights. You know, the right to work are already provided in many other of the UN conventions, but this time the CRPD has come to ensure clarification of how right to work for persons with disabilities can be achieved. Recently, we have come up with SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and Sustainable Development Goal 8 also comes in with this idea of decent work, and this enhances what the convention is saying. It gives room for states to consider in their implementation of the sustainable goals, how do we deal with employment of persons with disabilities? The right to work is a fundamental right. As I have said, it's embedded in several other conventions. It's also involved in other documents that have come from other agencies like the ILO. And all these have come up with all these ideas of not only work, but they affirm the right to work on an equal basis with other people. Many of the countries today, we've been reviewing countries, and last time Senator Floyd Morris was reminding me that since he came into the committee, we have reviewed over 60 countries. You can be sure we have. I have experienced a longer period, and many of these countries have laws, have some form of documents that affirms that they are going to affirm the right to employment for persons with disabilities. But that has not meant that there has not been problems. Lack of access to the open labor market, and of course, segregation continues to be the greatest challenge to employment of persons with disabilities. This has been partly attributed to a number of points that we have been able to identify. And I'll mention just a few of them. There is what we have seen as direct discrimination, where states continue to live in the charity age and continue to feel that people with disabilities are not a priority in as far as giving them jobs is concerned. And so people are discriminated through the way jobs are advertised, through the conditions made on jobs, some that are not even related to the performance of the particular work that is being advertised. And these direct discriminations, we have tried to deal with them by even coming up with another document we call General Comments number 5 on equality and non-discrimination, but we still continue to see these situations within the countries that we find ourselves having dialogue. There is also what is called indirect discrimination. And this again may be seen in situations where jobs are advertised in a way that they edge out people with disabilities. You may be employed as a social worker and they insist that you must be able to drive, and many other means of discriminating people with a disability. We also have multiple and intersectional disability. You find when governments and even public sectors are faced with such laws as quotas of employment, they also discriminate among different categories of people with disabilities. They say these people are the best because they can do our work better, this disability or that. And that becomes another big intersectional problems. They may say they don't want women, and they may not shout that these things, but they do discrimination in a way that is so subtle because they don't want to be accused. The convention has come up with a new term that is not found in many or in any of the other conventions, and this has to do with something we call reasonable accommodation. Reasonable accommodation has to do with an employer providing working conditions specifically to an individual with a disability. For instance, a person who operates on, who is blind will require something like a screen reader on their computer. This could be seen as a reasonable accommodation. Others will require a specific kind of a desk because of their physical disability. People with hearing aid will require different kind of support. And all these are put together as reasonable accommodation. They have nothing to do with the general accessibility that we know about physical places. And so there is reasonable accommodation is specifically for a particular person and is requested by that person. And this issue of reasonable accommodation, denial of reasonable accommodation, has been so rampant that the people are put into jobs, but they are not provided for in order to be able to perform those jobs. We have also heard of inaccessible working places. Maybe people with the physical disabilities, maybe people who are blind, and these inaccessible workplaces are used to discriminate persons with disabilities and to ensure that they are edged out. There is also harassment in workplaces. harassment by colleagues at work, by the employer themselves, and this has also been a major problem that we have identified. This morning, somebody talked about sheltered workshop. And we have, as a committee and from the CRPD point of view, identified that sheltered workshops had their time, but they no longer have that time. I said they began as part of that charity. They don't provide contractual employment to people. They don't provide equal remuneration for the work done. And quite often they are used as means of employment for people who care for them, people who administer there. And they say, we are helping these disabled people. And this puts an attitude of necessity to be helped of persons with disabilities. So we have said this kind of employment sheltered workshops are not part of what we would want to advocate. We would like sheltered workshops to be centers of resourcing other places so that people can be given specific assistance that they need there and be given opportunity to work where they ought to work with other people and where they are taking work that they have freely chosen, where they are taking work that will give them equal remuneration with others. You will find that even in many sheltered workshops, they don't even adhere to minimum wage.
Dr. Kabuli, you have 2 minutes.
Now, I will talk. I know Morris is probably stopping me. I have talked up so much about problems.
I am behaving like get in the chair. You have
How many more
minutes?
minutes? 2 minutes. Okay. There are solutions to some of these problems that the CRPD provides. The need for legal provision, and I say legal provisions are not adequate. They don't execute themselves. They need to be supported by other things. Many countries have what we call a quota system, but these quota systems are not working. But a legal provision, a legislation helps to begin the work of ensuring people with disabilities have the right to work. There's need for awareness raising. I've said legal provisions are not enough. There is need to raise awareness on the capacities of persons with disabilities. There is also need in some countries to provide incentives, particularly for employers in private sectors. Like I have talked of reasonable accommodation. There is also maybe adjustments of working places and all that. This could be some of the incentives that government could provide to private employers to ensure that they employ people with disabilities. There is need for affirmative action, especially with the government. I've talked of the quota system. If you adopt a quota system, it's necessary that you follow that quota. One of the problems that we have been told about is that people with disabilities don't get jobs, and this was mentioned again this morning, because their education is very low. So we are saying that in the beginning, people with disabilities must be given proper education, inclusive education with the rest of the community, so that they are not disadvantaged about this. They should also be given appropriate technical training that is oriented to job market. That has also been seen to be a problem, and it needs to be sorted out. Somebody this morning talked of something very good that even the convention has not talked much about, placement services. We do have councils of disabilities in various places, and one of the aims of those councils should be to provide placement services to persons with disabilities.
All right.
Allow me to mention just a few other considerations that are necessary.
It's not hearing me.
We have talked of just and favorable conditions of work, providing equal opportunities and equal remuneration, safe and health working conditions, but most important, the redress of grievances against discrimination, against denial of reasonable accommodation, against harassment, and so forth. And let me stop there.
All right, Dr.
Yes, thank you very much.
Dr. Kabuin, thank you very much. I'm sorry that we have to cut, but you know, we are running against the clock here in Jamaica. And we're gonna allow for 3 quick questions. If there are anyone who have any questions here that they would want to ask Dr. Saburi. Anyone? Okay.
There seem to be no questions.
Hi, Dr. Kapoor. You talk about decent work. Based on the convention and other documents that you have read, how would you define decent work?
Unfortunately, I can't hear you well.
So how do
Can you
define
raise
decent
your
work?
voice a bit?
Dr. Kabuin?
Can you raise your voice a bit? I didn't hear the question.
Yes, I Dr. Kapoor, Laura out here. How do you define decent work? Decent work.
How do we define decent work?
Yes, so you define it. What is decent work?
Thank you very much. Decent work. I've talked of freely chosen work. Decent work is work that pays appropriately for the services that are given. Decent work is work that considers a person's experience and training so that you are not struggling. Decent work is work that provides sustainability for you at home. And the term decent work has been used a lot by the trade unions. It has been used a lot by ILO. And it is the kind of job that you like because it suits you. Somebody has asked on the here examples of Kenya. Kenya has done quite a bit of work, particularly since the Global Disability Summit of 2018 to address this concern. But I have to let you know that this has been spearheaded by international NGOs, the British government, through what used to be DFID, now is called something else, I'm forgetting. Provided a big budget to some organizations here, including Leonard Cheshire, Site Savers, CBM, and Light for the World to come up with a project that was called inclusion work. And the inclusion work tried very much to bring in these concerns for connecting people with disabilities with employers. We came up with a portal where job seekers with disabilities are register, and employers also register. And so they meet there on the portal. And we came up with the agreement with the National Industrial Training Authority to train even people who were considered untrainable, like people with autism, people with intellectual disabilities, on skills that they are able to acquire, bakery, cooking, and so forth. And we have had this situation take us quite a big milestone. The government, fortunately, has responded very well and has formed what is called the Interagency Coordinating Committee, which brings together the government departments and these organizations of persons with disabilities and these other represented international NGOs, and we meet every quarter to assess the achievements that are being taken, particularly on the area of legislation, the area of employment and livelihood. We had a meeting, for instance, yesterday, where we were trying to come up with a write-up for the Conference of State Parties, trying to see what has been done since last year. And this is the experience I would like to give to you. I heard this morning, I'm trying to finalize that the answer to that question. I heard Freud this morning.
Answer perfectly. We have another question here for you.
Okay.
They want to find out from the chat if you have any successful examples of.
That's what I'm talking about, Morris.
For persons with disabilities.
That's the chat question I'm answering.
That you can share with us.
That's
any
the
successful
question.
Examples of
Job support.
Job support.
That's what
that you can share with us. And that will be the last question.
Freud, that's the question I've been answering. When I talk about the connection between the NGOs, OPDs, and the government on inclusive work projects, that's what I was talking about. I was answering that question that had come from the chat.
Okay. Go ahead and complete it, and then that would be the final question for the session.
Thank you very much. So I was just about to conclude and say Freud Morris this morning was presenting the issues about the concluding observation. In Kenya, when we came up with the concluding observation, we saw the government was not taking keen interest on it. And the organizations of persons with disabilities came together and went to the government and said, we would like to know how you are going to implement these conclusions, including that relating to right to work. And the government said they didn't have a fund to put together a plan of action. And OPDs joined with the international agencies that deal with disabilities, came up with the funding to the government to come up with a plan of action for the implementation of the CRPD concluding observation. And this is another area in which the interagency committee is monitoring. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Sammy. You know, he's my very good friend, so I refer to him as Sammy. But Dr. Kabui, we really appreciate your efforts and you coming to share with us. And I must indicate to the audience that Dr. Kabui was the rapporteur for the CRPD that evaluated the Jamaican report. So he's very familiar with Jamaica, and he also is a member of the United Church. So he came to Jamaica some time ago on the invitation of our very good friend, Reverend Cohen, Gordon Cohen. And he always teased me in the committee about everywhere he went in Jamaica. You know, there was music on the street. So I tell him that when he returns, I'm going to take him all over to give him back another round of that. So thank you very much, Dr. Kabui, and wish you all the best, and give my friend Irene a big hug there in Kenya.
Thank
We
you
are
very,
going to
very.
be moving on to the next session that is going to be chaired by Dr. Kwasi Tong. Dr. Tong is from Antigua and worked with the Five Islands campus, another arm of the University of the West Indies. And Dr. Tong is here, and Dr. Keisha Wilson and Miss Marilyn McCoy, they are here?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great, great. Over to you, Dr. Tong, 5 minutes on the clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So we're coming down to the final two sections of the afternoon. Our topic we moderating this afternoon is where we are now. And it's always good that the culture of persons with disabilities should always know where we were, where we are, and where we would like to go. So one of our presenters this afternoon, Dr. Takira Wilson Scott. Dr. Wilson Scott is a lecturer in the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. She is an executive member of the Caribbean Research Methodologies Unit and serves as a board member of the Jamaica Association for Intellectual Disabilities. Dr. Wilson Scott has worked voluntarily in the disability sector for the past 15 years. She has participated and led in various studies that examine issues related to persons with disabilities, including the study commissioned by UNICEF and Digital Foundation in 2018 on the situational analysis of children with disabilities in Jamaica. Her research interests and voluntary work extends to other vulnerable populations, including persons living with HIV/AIDS and at-risk youth. So could you please help me in welcoming Dr. Wilson Scott to the podium to deliver a deputy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. And I acknowledge Chair, and I would especially like to acknowledge my co-presenter who is still seated, Mrs. Marilyn. Please come forward. So Mrs. McCoy is, without seeing her full bio in front of me, she is the Executive Director for Jamaica Association on the Intellectual Disabilities. I have known, you have immense years of work within the sector. I'll allow her to tell you a bit more about herself. She will start us off in the presentation and then I will continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It is my pleasure to be here to talk about something that's very dear to my heart and an area that I've been working in for many, many years. I have worked with persons with intellectual disabilities for over 36 years. I have particular interest in employment, and I've worked in this area, just trying to come up with opportunities for persons with intellectual disabilities to be employed or others to see what it is that they can do and to employ them in the end. I'd like to tell you a little bit about a project that we implemented in 2014 that lasted for 4 years, 2014 to 2018. This project was funded by the Japanese government. It was administered through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, but the funding came through the World Bank and the IDB. When the call came out from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Jade immediately knew what we wanted to do. Because of the increasingly, each year, we struggled with identifying places of employment for our young graduates who would be in school. And so when the call came out, we implemented or we proposed a program that we call our Employment Support Program for persons with intellectual disabilities. I'll just tell you what the elements are. I'm not going to go through a lot of the presentation, but I'll tell you what the elements are so that you can understand what was actually implemented. The program had a job skills training component to it. And what this entailed was putting the young people in the real work setting for them to understand and to learn what it is that is expected of them in that setting, and so they can be successful. The other element of the program we introduced was a job coaching element. Because one of the best practices working with persons with intellectual disabilities, if you want to introduce, if you want to improve their visibility in the labor force, you have to have a job coaching element in it. What the job coaching element does is that there is someone who will work alongside the person with the disability within the workplace, you know, to help with that transition, educate persons within the organization, walk the person through what is expected of them in relation to job tasks, and to educate the employment agency about the disability itself. Another key element that was important in this project was the family support. We had a lot of training with our family members. We had family mentors implemented so that the families cannot feel alone, but they were actually given practical help with how it is that they could actually support their children in employment. The program had approximately, and I will just talk about the 2 years that we're covering in this particular presentation. We had 140 young people placed in integrated work settings in 7 parishes across the island. At the end of the 2 years, at the end of year 1, we had 40% of the persons who were placed in a 9-month training program, 40% of them got full-time employment. In year 2, 36% of them got employment in integrated work setting. Now, of these young people who are placed and who receive employment, what we're doing here today is looking at the next step. Where are they now? And that's the essence of the topic. So I'm going to get out of the way. That's in a nutshell what the problem is. I'm going to get out of the way so that Dr. Shakisha Wilson Scott can tell you exactly where they are.
Thank you. All right, so I'm just going to talk briefly about the methodology and then get right into the findings. So as you would have garnered, we are conducting a tracer study in terms of where are they now, the 140 participants who Mrs. McCoy referred to from the 2014 to 16 participants in the program. So in doing the tracer study, we have aimed to target all participants. It's a relatively small number. And so, I mean, it would perhaps be, I guess, a census approach targeting all persons, but also because we recognize that 10 years later, there would be some challenges in terms of accessing all participants in the program. So the main approach right now is done in phases, is to conduct telephone interviews. There are certain guided questions for the study. How many participants have retained employment? Have they shifted employment? what have been their experiences, what factors have contributed to the sustained employment for those persons who have maintained or received employment. So we looked at the initial 70 persons for each year, for the 2 years of the program. The limitations, as you can expect, within 10 years, a lot of persons have changed phone numbers. They have not maintained contact with the organization, and there is, for some persons, that limited connection to personal networks, where even in terms of trying to ask through others, trying to get access to those current numbers, that has proven futile. And we've also had migration, whether internal or external, as a limitation to note. So this is not quite referred to the percentage in terms of those persons who received employment or sustained permanent employment directly after the program, and that's important to note. I am at this slide with the first bar chart that helps the IT team so that the audience is with us. There we go. So you see for the first year for the program, we had right afterwards 40% of persons being employed, and then 36% for the following year. Now, this chart actually shows where they now 10 years later. So 10 years later, of the 70 that we have now 26% still maintaining employment. And for the second year, we have only 14% maintaining employment. Thank you. So you are seeing where for the reduction in employment over the years, and this is what we're interested in. We're interested in the successes, those who have retained employment, what has worked for them, and for those who have not, just to understand what some of the issues are. And of course, you would have heard the recurring themes throughout the conference. This is day 2 of what the issues are, so we can anticipate some of the commonalities there. In terms of there we go. All right, so in terms of geographical location, for the entire group, you find that majority of persons who have maintained employment are in the rural areas, and majority are male. So these are all interesting findings. When we look at those who have retained the same job they had in the initial year of the program versus those who have changed places of employment, we found that for the initial year of the program, that 6% maintained the same job, majority had moved on to other positions elsewhere. In the years afterwards, it changes quite a bit, well, not significantly, but there is a change where we now have 28% getting a new job and 72% maintaining the same job. So we are moving into the qualitative aspect to delve further to understand some contributing factors to these findings. What we have found so far is that the strategies that support employment include co-worker support. I feel like I'm exercising. Okay, so co-worker support. So here is one example of the narrative. They being my co-workers, helped me understand the work better. So you find that in environments where there is acceptance and where there is support, where there is mentorship, you have greater success and likely sustained employment. Another strategy that was used was persons with intellectual disability were assigned one supervisor. So again, you had that one-on-one mentorship that carried through in terms of coaching, in terms of guiding and that type of extended support. Including inclusion and acceptance, I've already alluded to that, but carry the code. I am included in the social activities at my workplace, and that's a big thing, okay? And another strategy is, of course, the continued family support that is given to members from the community. The barriers are noted in terms of the program was funded. Mrs. McCoy referred to that. So the inability of the organization to maintain job coaching after the conclusion of the program posed a barrier. So it means that without the funding, the job coaching terminated and so on. And so there is a need, I guess, as a recommendation to identify other sources of funding. Much time and support were directed to persons with intellectual disabilities where social skills are concerned. And so Mrs. McCoy and I were discussing earlier that it was not just about the job coaching, but it was also the continued work of the agency as well, offering that informal but yet useful support. The inadequate family support and the negative perceptions and attitudes of employers or staff members were also noted barriers. So next steps. We continue in terms of the study, moving not just from the year 1, year 2, but completing the entire 4 years of the program, identifying where are they now, and we'll do that in the next few months. The study uses a mixed methods approach, and so we're moving into focus group discussions, continuing the telephone interviews, and also trying to identify more creative ways of discovering where the participants are actually know, so that we can have the conversations with them. Not altogether easy, but nonetheless important. There will also be interviews with employers, because the employers' perspectives in terms of what has worked for them. I know yesterday listening online, there were some ideas in terms of the type of support that is given by employers to their employees with disabilities. So that's important to see what strategies and maybe best practices that can be passed on to other organizations, other potential workplaces. And also interviews with family members, because we recognize, carrying through the literature, that family support remains one of the key ingredients in terms of the success of our persons with intellectual disabilities who are employed. So the recommendations thus far. Recommendation 1, institutionalization of the job coach position within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to build visibility and the inclusion of the community. Develop an effective school to work transition program that focuses on providing adequate exposure to real work experience, and the real work experience is important. And we believe that the real work experience in one agency allows the individual, if necessary, to move on successfully to another agency of employment. That's important. Family support is important, again, reiterating the point, and so there is a need to develop more initiatives that actually incorporate the value of the family as a key pillar in the process. And just looking at the natural support within organizations themselves. And then the final recommendation is to strengthen the multi-sector collaborative approach in facilitating job skills training and the promotion of employment for persons with intellectual disability. Disability sensitization, this could entail disability sensitization with key decision makers, training in work sites, and there is the success, like I dare say, Mrs. McCoy, of the work that Jane has done in the past with Matra NFTA in terms of sharing best practices. And so it's like a domino effect that can be continued once we have the true buy-in of interested parties. A part of strengthening the value of the multi-sector collaborative approach would be business personnel who are willing to place persons with intellectual disability with job coaching support. They identifying or recognizing and reinforcing the productivity of persons with intellectual disability and how they can contribute to the workplace. And this is not just menial tasks. There are different, it's really identifying the strengths of the individual and where the individual can be positioned given those strengths. So it's not a blanket approach. And employers introducing incentives to empower and support persons with intellectual disability. And I know when we talk about incentives, we talk about money and it becomes a sensitive area, but it's important if we're going to make it happen. I've been given my time signal, so at this point in time, thank you for being a wonderful audience, and we're open to questions.
There we have it, audience. We would like to thank Dr. Wilson McCoy and, sorry, Scott. And Dr. Scott and Ms. McCoy for their presentation this afternoon. So at this time, we will be entertaining 2 questions from the audience. Are there any questions that anyone may wish to ask at this time? And they said there is one question in the back.
Well, yes, sir. Very good afternoon to you. CRP, what's the meaning of it, please?
Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
Okay, thank you.
There, one more question. Since the first one was so short, we're entertaining the briefs because we're kind of okay into this session. Yes, sir.
It is a work in art entry trust in these persons. One of my experiences, art makes you slowly and they are supposed to get back the persons with training and certification. What is the response to that?
What we did with Hartford NFA is that we engaged them from the beginning of the project. We started the conversation that we wanted our young people to be certified while they are being trained. So we gave them the indication that after 9 months, we would love the certification to be held. And when it was that time, we worked alongside with them and we were able to get it. Because of the flow, you have to take it from the beginning of the process.
Good afternoon, everyone. I noticed in Second Bay, 3 persons there want to work at the hospital. But they were told first to go to Art NTA or to get certified. But they just want like be able to do ancillary work, like cleaning and so on. But they said they first have to be certified. So what can we do to get that certification?
I am reporting appropriately to the ED to answer that question.
Certification is a process. And part has some standards in relation to certification. if you do not complete all of those standards, you're definitely not going to be certified. So I would encourage you, if you are interested in certification for anybody at all, have a conversation with Heart Trust and they will guide you as it relates to what it is that you need to complete and within what period of time. So the conversation has to be had with Heart Trust and not in this forum.
There's one more question.
I would like to first, congratulate, Jade. Sorry, I just step forward for a few seconds, so I have need some critical information into my question. Number, one, in terms of the data collection, did that include, the questions include how many persons have not just changed jobs, but have actually been elevated in any over period of time? This is what I was here. My other question was, there are questions that try to find out their reasons for not retaining the job. So those are my two questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Long, for the, as I said, but I'm not sure if you're there when I said it right, that it's being done in stages. And so there are interviews and follow-up interviews, and it's to ensure that the initial telephone interviews are not too lengthy as well, understanding of population. So there is the collection of data in terms of the capacity, the sector that they're working in. I am not sure if there is significant upward mobility, but what we have garnered thus far is the skill sets are being aligned, might I say, with where the personal interest lies. So it's following that model. And so what we're finding is that persons are not just within the ancillary capacity, but moving into other areas, food prep, hotels, other things like that. So you do see a shift in terms of the types of jobs, and yet I guess that would be considered a part of that upward shift. I hope that answers your question. What was the other one, Ms. Goff? Sorry. Does that capture it?
For the reason.
Well, no, I don't know if we have the reasons fully as yet, but we do have other conversations coming up. A focus group discussion is scheduled for this week as well. So there is an opportunity to delve further in terms of the quality of data that we're trying to garner.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. So we are in time moving into our next session, which will be chaired by Ms. Pollock, chairperson. Ms. Pinnock, sorry, is Ms. Pinnock here? Okay, we'd also like to thank Ms. McCoy and Dr. Scott for their detailed presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel like giving you an exercise to do. Could you stretch your hands up? All the way up, sideways, forward. Give yourself a clap. Inhale. Slowly out. Wake up. All right. We are going to look at a very important topic now. All the topics have been important, but we have one, I believe, will help to tie nicely some of the discussions we have had earlier. So we are going to move into looking at cultivating sustainable employment for persons with disabilities, entrepreneurship, and persons with disabilities. So it's two separate things. Let's go again. Cultivating sustainable employment for persons with disabilities and entrepreneurship and persons with disabilities. We will have two presenters or sessions like the others will be for 45 minutes, each presentation 15 minutes, and we'll have a 15-minute section for questions and discussion. Our first presenter, Ms. Akila Hughes Pantin, I hope I have pronounced the name correctly, and her bio says she is a resilient leader in social entrepreneurship and mental health advocacy, overcoming personal challenges to excel academically and professionally. She is committed to self-improvement. She has pursued a master's degree and engaged in training, therapeutic and horticulture, supporting psychiatric patients and promoting wellness. She is currently pursuing a postgraduate research in therapeutic horticulture, passionate and social causes. Ms. Hughes Pantin volunteers for charitable initiatives and is dedicated to advocating for mental health awareness. She currently implements her thesis partner with health authorities to establish community-based rehabilitation, emphasizing on holistic healing through horticulture in her work. And I know you would be interested to hear what she has to share, and I invite us to make her feel welcome. I can share it with her.
Thank you very much. My name is Akila Hughes Pantin, as previously mentioned, and I'm actually honored to be here. Despite sounding and being Trinidadian and Tobagonian, I have spent most of my adult life in Jamaica. So I'm just going to say welcome home to myself. I would like to acknowledge the persons online and my colleagues and my mom who's online watching. When I listened to all of the presenters before myself, I was overwhelmed with the depth of knowledge and information that was shared. But what really stuck out for me was when the Digital Foundation chair mentioned about DEFCON. Now, I admire DEFCON Coffee, not because I like coffee, but because I like that they are entrepreneurs. And I think the power and agency in job creation is actually in our hands. I think we as a community could create employment for ourselves by being self-employed, therefore possibly employing our peers. And there's a lot of liberation and freedom in that, as well as being paid fairly. So my presentation really focuses on fostering sustainable employment for people with disabilities in the Caribbean by strategically incorporating agriculture and agro-processing plant-related activities. Now, I want to emphasize three thematic areas: economic empowerment, therapeutic intervention, and community engagement. Now, firstly, it underscores the financial empowerment derived by plant-raising activity, particularly in a context of either personal, commercial, or community garden. We have a lot of grow your own initiatives across the region, and these findings have enforced how cultivating one's own garden not only helps us to enforce our national food bill by being reduced, but also serve a viable cause of us eating safe food, self-employment, and independence. In Trinidad and Tobago, the 2020 National Youth Policy under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service makes mention of the pillars that support youth in this field, because youth represents 40% of our population in Trinidad, and about 20% of that population are persons with disabilities. So The exclusion of people with disabilities represents a loss to countries between 3 to 7% of GDP. If I put that in figures, that's about $4 to $8 billion. That is how much money is lost in disabilities. And I know we like to talk about money. So that's the amount of money that's out there that's lost because these persons are either not employed, can't find employment, or social resources have to go towards them because of employment issues. So we continue to explore how agriculture provides this type of intervention. Specifically, horticultural therapy in community-based rehabilitation, and not to be confused with traditional agriculture and farming. Because in traditional agriculture and farming, there's onus on you to know agronomy and bring a crop to harvest. Now, in horticultural therapy, you can exist anywhere along the spectrum of agricultural activities. So, horticulture involves a combination of science, art, and technology, and growing of ornamental and food crops. It's also used as a form of therapy to enhance the well-being of different diverse groups. Cognitive aspects of horticultural therapy, like attention and concentration, are critical for task performance in a modern, information-driven society. Therefore, gardening intervention has been linked to aerobic, muscular exercise, and benefits for memory. Evidence suggests that these cognitive improvements through this therapy measures brain nerve function and could produce increased productivity. The Caribbean Community-Based Rehabilitation Network has shown great interest in incorporating horticultural therapy into its services. In 2019, through funding from the Farmer to Farmer program in Guyana, they were able to bring a horticultural therapist to their country to help develop such programs. They also engaged leaders from other islands like Antigua, Barbuda, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Trinidad and Tobago. So it is acknowledged that TBR programs vary, but they all share the common goal of adapting needs met to different diverse communities. So therefore, horticultural therapy essentially aligns with these goals and produces socialization, inclusion, and financial opportunities for people with disabilities. The benefits are a lot and they vary. There's food cultivation, interaction, esteem building, attention, restoration, stress recovery, physical activity, skill development, boosting productivity. Some of these activities are not limited, will be shown but not limited to seedling preparation, planting and gardening, harvesting, propagating plants, weeds and prunings. As you can see around us, we have decorative plants in the room. These plants were used as gifts. All of these are things that you can do in horticultural therapy to gain employment. Even floral arrangements and sensory exploration. But in order for us to be able to have these activities, we have to make concessions and considerations. So we have things like site considerations where we have to have user-friendly and smart designs. So these gardens that we will be using these activities have to be accessible and for our intended population. We need to have accommodation for special needs, tailoring these garden layouts to meet the specific needs of our target groups. For example, raised beds, planters that allow for people with mobility issues to access and engage at eye level. Comfort and safety with strategically placed bench, shade houses for persons who cannot tolerate long exposure to sun. Also, we need to diversify accommodation because recognizing that every population has different requirements. For example, in the psychiatry ward, their needs are different from the autistic society, etc. Autistic patrons may need sensory elements and safety feature distinct things for persons that are older. So I'd like to mention some special projects that exist in this space. So right now, before there was a project in Guyana that was partnered in collaboration with the Partners of America. that stands out for its inclusive approach to partnerships with organizations such as the Society for Blind and Vocational Center for Persons with Disability. Their project spanned 4 locations, including 3 local rural communities and 1 in Georgetown. One of the rural community-based centers was located at least 20 miles from the center, but their focal point of their project was including people with hearing impairments, autism, Down syndrome, and visual impairment. The programs at the rural center provided nurturing environments where the participants engaged in a field of activities tailored to them. They had therapeutic exercises such as identification of plants through smell, texture, and feel, sharing and use of cooking and recipes, types of soil, exploration of manure, planting seeds and seedlings. Now, out of the 25 participants, 20 were persons with disabilities and 5 were persons that were trained in the knowledge in order to assist them. Their outcomes were nutrition and health related, relaxation and mental therapy, decorative value, social interaction, and different visits. Some of them were able to work remotely from home and some worked at the center. Similarly, in Trinidad and Tobago, in the Lady Portroy School, which is a special school, they implemented a hydroponic system for children ages 5 to 18, and their project aims was to ensure that the students had functional and integrated means of employment and food stability when they turn 18. So they use vegetables grown in hydroponics and flowers in grow boxes. The school has a community day in which they allow persons to come in and see their success, also to sell their produce at school. Their principal encourages collaboration with anyone that would like to participate with the students, and they want their graduates, when upon turning 18, to have a sense of independence and have a skill and trade when they leave the school. Similarly, the Autistic Society also is a non-governmental organization focused on working with children, with families, to help individuals all across the autism spectrum. And they recently also started their project with their main collaborator at UNDP. And they also have a hydroponic system and a grow box situation. They also have constructed a shade house actually from recycled plastic lumber. And they have their internal staff help with their proposal planning and so forth. The adults with autism attend the training that involves the plants, as well as volunteers that do the cleaning and caregivers that do training. So their outcomes were to assist with development of occupational skills and motor skills of their participants. But their challenges were that the systems were automated. But they made concessions by allowing space for wheelchair access and raised beds. The space also includes visual support and video modeling to coach people with autism when setting up seedlings and transplantation and plants. They actually So this is actually a photo of them engaging in their planting of seedlings, celery, and lettuce into their hydroponic towers that are mechanized in their shade house that they built. So limitations in this space that I've recognized is that there isn't really much access to space. So there isn't much land for people to plant traditionally. So that's a limitation that most of the persons that will benefit from this experience. Also, the cost to start up an agricultural project in traditional agriculture is quite expensive, and there isn't much resources to start affordably. There's also a lack of certification in horticultural therapy in the region, because horticultural therapy has to be administered by a horticultural therapist. There are many sustainability considerations to be made, because after crops are harvested, the process starts over again in some of these instances, and it's hard to reinvest the capital to keep doing the project for it to become sustainable. And also, it needs to be adapted to the Caribbean context, because most of this training is adapted for temperate countries and places that are abroad like Korea and Asia. So to fully integrate agricultural and horticultural activities within the disability space, several key factors have to be considered. We need to create accessible agricultural and horticultural environments. This includes ensuring that agricultural and horticultural facilities such as farms and greenhouses are designed to accommodate persons with different mobility and sensory impairments. Access to pathways, raised beds, adaptive tools are essential for these components. Also, training and capacity building is very important because these programs should be tailored specifically to the needs and the abilities of persons with disabilities, but also to the Caribbean environment in which we live. Therefore, a holistic approach to integration involving collaborative partnership between disability support organizations, agricultural institutes, and horticultural experts should be met. The Ministry of Youth and National Service in Trinidad has implemented a youth agricultural homestead program to which some of their participants are persons with disabilities. This program allows persons to gain agricultural exposure as well as entrepreneurship training, and at the end they would get access to home and land. This type of partnership is the best exchange for innovation, methodology, and co-creation. To achieve sustainable and meaningful integration, it is crucial impacts of this project. Evaluating and monitoring mechanisms should be implemented to assess the effectiveness of the program and to identify areas of improvement. So in conclusion, the integration of agriculture and horticultural activities hold immense potential for fostering sustainable employment and empowerment for persons with disabilities in the Caribbean. By focusing on economic empowerment, therapeutic intervention, and community engagement, these initiatives address both financial and holistic well-being of the individuals while providing them with tools and resources for self-employment and financial freedom. I'd like to give thanks to everybody here who took the time to stay and listen to my presentation. I will take any questions now.
That's a very important.
Our questions will come after our next presenter. But just before the next presenter is introduced, we will just have you indulge us for a few seconds to do an acknowledgement. Good afternoon, everyone. For those who were not at the session yesterday, you have heard me speaking from morning. My name is Chevelle Gerson Robinson. I'm the coordinator for the conference. I'd just like to take this moment to acknowledge our able volunteers who assisted over the past 2 days. The volunteers were led by Kimberly Hines Heron. She's a committee member of the organization for over the past 2 days. They have been up and down assisting with lunch registration and all that was asked of them. They will have to depart soon, so that is why we're having this brief interjection to just acknowledge them and their efforts, to let them know we're truly grateful for the support you have provided with us. Andrea, thank you. Sure. So, or I think you should come and is stronger than you. And we now move into the next section of our presentation that looks at entrepreneurship and persons with disabilities. And the presenter for this section is Ms. Andrea Williams, and she is a business development officer from the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. I invite you to make her feel welcome as she shares the presentation.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. On behalf of JBDC, I thank you for inviting us to your 6th Regional Disability Studies Conference. All right, so why is entrepreneurship important? It contributes to the right mix in terms of a portfolio of businesses. It creates health assist with job creation and growth, achieving competitiveness, contributing to the society, and unlocking people potential. Right, it is said that approximately 3.3% of Jamaicans are living without disability. So with a population of over 2.8 million, we are looking at probably over 92,000 persons. And then less than 1% of those are actually receiving any sort of unemployment support. So the Global National Disability Institute states that persons with disabilities are twice as likely to be entrepreneurial. A lot of times it's necessity-driven. They're spurred by their inability to gain gainful employment and sometimes inadequate access to certain facilities. So, and many are just naturally entrepreneurial. They are savants, displaying their exceptional ability. So this is a little synopsis of persons with disabilities in Jamaica, done by Wilson Scott in 2018. He's saying that 31.1% have physical disabilities, 24 multiple disabilities, learning disabilities, 3.4%, mental disabilities, 15.2%, hearing impairment, 6.6%, sight, 15.5%, and so on, speech, 2.4%. When you're looking at access to education for ages 15 to 70, 53% of persons with disabilities did not have access to education in 2011 based on the study. And when you compare this with persons without disabilities, it was 3% that did not have access to education. All right, what are some perceived benefits of entrepreneurship? You're in control of your own work schedule and your environment. You're able to unearth certain abilities or gifts of being, an innovator or a problem solver. You're finding your niche. What is your best fit? You're able to probably identify areas in the environment that are underserved. And you are able to dictate your revenue potential. These are just some examples as to how you can generate ideas. Inside out, what are your dreams, your passions, your background, your interests? Or outside in, what are you reading and checking out in the environment when you're scanning? What kind of opportunities and trends are you seeing out there? Perhaps you're seeing something that are being discontinued. Why? Is there a better way to do that particular thing? Focus on crises that are out there. What kind of problems can you solve? What kind of pain are you seeing out there? Focus on the target market. Spend a day in the life of persons in general. Just go into the environment. Question people. What are their problems, their needs? Find out what item or product or service is out there that you can actually provide because of the needs that are expressed by the target market. Check out the industry. Speak to the experts. Analyze research from Satin and other institutions that will give you the knowledge. Check out different geographical areas to see what are these needs. You have what you call forming, storming, and norming when you are in groups. So you're coming together, you're checking ideas, you're brainstorming, and then you're normalizing. All right, looking out into the local ecosystem now. You have the MSME, micro, small, and medium enterprise entrepreneurship policy that recently has been focusing a lot on greater financial inclusion for disabled persons. There's increased enforcement of the Disabilities Act that was done initially in 2014, giving greater access to premises, benefits, and communication. Government is currently in discussion with persons like Canada for pursuing farmer employment for persons with disabilities. So if you're entrepreneurial, maybe you could go up, get some additional funds, and when you come back in, you can create your business. These are just a few persons in the past that I've seen that they have been integral in assisting persons with disabilities. We spoke about the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. They sometimes provide business grants, assistive software, lobbying, and just general assistance. You have the Abilities Foundation. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security has projects. The Combined Disabilities Association. I know in the past I saw they had an arrangement with the Development Bank of Jamaica to offer a special line of credit specifically targeted for those with disabilities. Mustard Seed Communities. The Social Development Commission, in the past I've seen them do a project called Moving Outside Vulnerabilities for Economic Development. You have the Jamaica Society for the Blind, Association for the Deaf, Rise Life Management sometimes has projects. And there are a lot of non-governmental organizations out there that assist. So I have a list there of persons that I've seen that have done projects. Digital Foundation, JN Foundation, Jamaica Employers Federation, Jamaica Manufacturers Association, the Spanish Foundation of Jamaica, the Inter-American Development Bank, European Union, World Bank, HARP, NSTA, Universal Service Fund, the Japan International Corporation Agency, JICA, and several agencies. There are a lot of external donor persons, corporate persons that are just out there if you know where to go to get assistance. All right, so for individuals, sometimes when you're looking for funding and you might not be getting it from the traditional sources such as the banks, you have the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Recently, not too long ago, created. It's an online platform that will connect investors who are socially responsible with projects that are wholesome. So the idea is to have that arrangement and that funding facility so that they can help you with your long-term sustainability. You have crowdfunding sites, online sites that persons can go, you make a pitch, persons come together, and several persons are contributing to your cause until hopefully, you achieve the funding that you need. Some assistance. Oh, it's fine. Let me move on. All right. So, right, then you have crowdfunding, a lot of local alternatives are there. Right, so overseas you have sites such as you used to, I don't know if some are become I hope not, Indiegogo. This thing is moving faster than me sometimes, or perhaps I press too many times. All right, let me just move to my print. Yes. Back here. Indiegogo, Kickstarter, GoFundMe, globalgiving.org, CrowdTilt, Pitch and Choose. Ambo, they recently had an Ambo funding crowdfunding site, and you also have Real Helping Hands. So it's for you to do your due diligence though. Find out if it's a reputable crowdfunding site. Look at the historical projects that persons have pitched. Look at how successful they have been in gaining funding before you actually pick something that you would want to pitch or put your business ideas on. For the larger scale person, sometimes you have angel and venture funders, First Angels in Jamaica. You have the Development Bank of Jamaica Angel Fund. I know in the past they had Portland Equity. And then you have what you call venture capitalist matching. So you have like Victoria Mutual Investment that has the Jamaica Active Small and Medium Enterprises Fund. So if somebody who's a venture capitalist puts into a larger business, they can match the funding. Development Bank also has a venture capital. And when you're a smaller entity, start sometimes with yourself, use your time, take your time and organically move and continue making your profits. Or check your family or friends, they might have some equity that you're willing to invest in your operation. All right, when I came in, I heard somebody talking about DEFCON, and I also have them here. Just an example of entities that are in the Jamaican space, and doing well, non-profit organization. They understand the fact that, sometimes NGOs, they think that, oh, we're social and, so we're not really here to make a profit. We're just here to help persons. But no, your aim should also be to make a surplus, because that surplus now can be re-entered into your business, flowing over and over. So because the more funds you have, the more persons you help, the more causes that you can do. So it's very important. So something that I like about DEFCON, which is an outreach arm of the Harvest called Jamaica, I see vertical integration there with them, value chain. They're planting coffee, then that also moves to producing coffee, then that comes to selling coffee. They're increasing their market reach, which is good. They're training what we call baristas, the person that will serve the coffee. They're partnering with cafes across the island. So they're not limiting themselves to their one central location. They're in other person's cafe with the barista selling coffee. They have a mobile unit that will move from place to place. So if you have a function and you wish to use their services, that can be done. So what I love especially about DEFCON Coffee is that they train young deaf individuals, teaching them about the skill as to how to serve the coffee, giving them employment, and I admire that they have multiple income streams. They're not just only doing that, but they're selling branded coffee. They also have consultancy services. So they will go into your cafe if you want to and teach you how to train your baristas. And on their site, I saw them talking about one of their goals, affirming the identity of hearing impaired beings, made in the image of God. Make them know that persons are successful. Give them self-acceptance, believing in their inherent gifts and talents, and taking responsibility for their lives. All right, I'm going to have to wrap up very quickly. So let me just try and all right, another example, the Superior Crafts. They are housed on the Jamaica Society for the Blind, dealing with caning and wicker work and so on, making chairs and bags and so. So they have gotten grants sometimes from institutions like EU, product development, prototype creation, procurement plans, improvement, management practices, social media, etc. So I'll have to give you a lot of information based on time, but just in general, it's good to just know your problem and your solution, your best fit. Sometimes as someone disabled, you have a strategic position in there. You can know what exactly are some of the needs of people with disabilities and tailor and target a solution for them. Right, so I will go through a lot of these things based on time. And I'm just going to leave you with a diagram here. Oh, I must say this. When I was leaving my house this morning, I heard a pitch line, a tagline. And initially I didn't know who the tagline was connected with. And when I reached to work and I was walking to the door and I hear, where there is a skill, there's a way. And I said, I like that tagline. And it was hard NSTA, pitching skills as currency for the future, promoting their technical training. Right, so this is the diagram. All right, so this is used for a lot of individuals, ikigai, but it can also be used for your business. Find out, thank you, it's supposed to be an interconnection of 4 different areas. So sometimes you might have 2 and you're just not completed. So you might love something and you have what the world needs, but you just think that something is missing. You know, that could be the passion. And also, you might have a vacation, you're working, and you have a mission, but something is missing. So sometimes it's good to have just an interaction of all these 4 areas in order to make a successful business. And in closing, just want to let you know, Jamaica Business Development Services, we're a quasi-government business development company, and we use integrated and holistic. We have an integrated and holistic approach to business development. We do training, counseling, product development, have technical services, food incubator, project management, and we have what you call a Think Jamaican store, where persons can come if you make particular items. We can see whether or not it's something that we can carry in our stores. And we're located in St. Anne, St. James, Manchester, Westmoreland, St. Thomas, and Statutory in Kingston actually has an office for its clients, in which we are in partnership with them. So I thank you.
Thank you to both presenters. And now we have an opportunity to ask some questions to facilitate a discussion around the 2 topics that were just shared. Could I have an indication as to where the roving mics are? Who will be supporting us? I believe Senator has a question. One of the first persons, but we just want to acknowledge the hands because we only have 15 minutes for this particular session. So we have one hand in the audience, and I'm going to take my mic to Senator.
Thank you very much. One question, but I have to really commend the presenters on their presentation. Expanding, I was particularly interested in your presentation because you are linking basically agriculture to therapy. And am I to understand that you have initiated a pilot in Trinidad and Tobago? And if this is the case, have you done any evaluation on the pilot thus far? And then for my dear friend from JBDC, you know, it's always a pleasure to have JBDC around because you gave a long list of institutions that individuals and organizations can get funding support from for entrepreneurship. And at some point in time, would like you to share that with us so that we can share it with the community of persons with disabilities. And I mean, I would certainly have that list posted on the CBS website, and I think JCPD should do the same. Thank you.
So I personally did not do a pilot. However, there are projects existing across the different groups that exist in Trinidad. However, since 2020, I have been involved with the psychiatry and patient unit of the hospital in Trinidad, where we had a garden, a healing garden for the mental health patients. And that is how I got introduced to the training with respect to horticultural therapy, and then started my research and implementation. But also the training that I went and did further was within agriculture to understand what tools and techniques and training would be necessary for us to be able to properly implement it, and not fully implement it, but to be sustainable, because it's not traditional agriculture in that sense. So a little bit of understanding has to go in it. And when you use the word therapy, it takes on a different connotation think as well as the Trinidad, like I said, the Autistic Society who shared their project with me, they just started. So they're looking at their outcomes that will come out of their program and the other groups that exist in not only the Caribbean, but in like St. Lucia and other places that have been doing similar projects.
Thank you. There was a hand behind Mr. Blake, and we have a hand here at the front.
All right, thank you very much. I too will commend these two last presenters again as the final one. This was super excellent, and we really learned a lot. And as Senator indicated, we can get this information. It will be a plus for many of us who are in Chapel One Park. My first question to the last presenter is, what's the price to do a business plan and what is involved? Because a lot of times, we as a Chapel One, we'll try to get funding, and the first the bank says to you, you have a business plan. So we kind of end up in a roadblock if we're not to that extreme. So we really want to get some clarification regarding that. And if persons with disabilities can get the assistance from your company at a discounted rate if there is a cost.
Right, thank you for your question. Our initial consultancy is free of cost, and then based on the assessment, we give the costing for the business plans, because sometimes the costing is linked to how expensive the product is. But we are government, quasi-government entities, so our rates are normally subsidized. Sometimes I don't even want to give a price rate. Sometimes a plan could be 150,000, sometimes it could be 1 million. It all depends on how extensive. Or we also have business plan templates. So if persons are willing to work on it, sometimes we can just give pointers so the individual on their own can create a basic business plan. All right, any further questions?
Yes. We share with us free of cost, or we have to pay for that?
We have simple business plan templates that we share at no cost. And then you can be assigned to a business development officer that can walk you through some of the guidelines as to how to prepare it. And then when you give us that rough draft, we can give you pointers as how to you can improve that final document.
All right. Final question, can you give us step by step when you start your business? What are some of the things that are required immediately that we must be mindful of as persons who are in Chapel, especially with the government and the system?
Okay, and I had some of that in my presentation, but time I had to cut it out. But it's just good to, as I'm talking about that best fit, looking into the market, find out the need, get your team together, work out how you're gonna have your funding. And when you're there, you strategize in terms of marketing. But before you market, it's also very important to register your business in the Companies Office of Jamaica, whether as a sole trader, partnership, or if you have a limited liability company. And if you have a particular intellectual property, you have our JIPO, Jamaica Intellectual Property Office, that you can use to copyright or patent or depending on your product to protect it. And infrastructure, having your processes in place. We might go to a restaurant one day and the food tastes good, another day it don't taste good, and you wonder what's happening. They probably have not standardized their recipe, So in anything you do, it's good to have your procedures in place, have your due diligence, your accountability. You can have someone who doesn't have to be an official board member or advisor, but just somebody in the space that you admire, you see doing something similar to you. And a lot of times if you ask them, they might just be willing to give you pointers as how to improve your business. So that's just a few. I know time is an issue, so that's just a few pointers.
Yeah, I have a question as
Just
well.
before you go, we are only able to take one more question for this section because we have another presentation that's coming up. So I saw a hand, Ms. Sankey, I recognize your hand, and that's the last hand we'll be able to take in this section before. There was someone before you, Ms. Sankey. So that person, and then you will go next.
Yeah, so Ms. Sankey,
No, sorry, it's not your time. She just recognized you. So I'm involved in farm work, right? I'm involved in farming, sorry. In regards to the situation. So, the service country, I work on a farm as well. Also, the problem that I'm having, if I'm correct, a problem that I'm experiencing is that, my farm is being affected by, when she works with me, my farm, though, is unfortunately, when I grow my crops, they're being affected by the soils that are nearby. They're always eating it. So it's a lot of work, we're out there with the sun, and it keeps on happening. So I think that if I can, get that proper fencing, how would I go about that, receiving assistance for fencing?
Well, I suggest that she could maybe touch base with Rada. I'm not sure whether or not, because you're speaking about fencing and agriculture. But, and
Funny enough, I have that program. So Saturday, I left the area open and because it's my Areca farms. So I suffer from that problem, but there's something called a ha-ha fence, and it's actually that you dig a hole, you're digging. I mean, you may not be able to do it, but I'm just saying, there's a drain that is being dug. So when the cow comes, they actually go down and they actually can't access your place. So if you were to ask for assistance in creating a ha-ha fence, possibly that could help stop the livestock from entering your area. And because you're able to explain the innovation, they most likely will get the help to get the outcome without having to possibly do the expense of a fencing, because that is actually a very big expense in agriculture, fencing.
Thank you so much for that. So that was a practical tip for those of us who are having issues with animals. We can dig hey, get rid of them.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, I'm in agriculture as well. God has blessed us with 30 acres of land out here in St. Anne from the Ministry of Agriculture and the Commissioner of Lands. When I listened to our presenter there, Miss, I can't remember your name, but nevertheless, our first presenter, all right? Yes, all that you have been talking about there, I realize in our development plan, we have some of those same ideas. Now I hear you mention about not enough land, and that would have allowed you to have your pilot project. What about us here in Jamaica? Should we invite you to partner with a group like myself to establish a pilot project? How about that?
Well, I think that would be amazing because I could not access land in Trinidad and Jamaica. And I actually came here to do coconut farming because I got a land in Jamaica easier than in Trinidad. And I think the partnerships between us, who in other states that are able to help where there is land and produce agricultural projects is a great idea. And I think that the Caribbean has been trying to strengthen their agricultural efforts. There have been many reports about making agro-tourism available and strengthen any bonds between the different islands. So I think that's a really good idea, and I would welcome have that conversation.
Thank you so much. So we see the potential of partnerships, and we also can walk away with practical ways how we can not only become entrepreneurs, but protect those projects that we have in place. I would want to thank you for cruising through this particular session and invite you to hold fast to your seat as we have another session coming up, which is our last session for today's conference that will look at artificial intelligence. I invite the chairperson for that session to join now as we go through those presentations.
Hi, good afternoon again, everyone, and thank you for everyone who has stayed back for the last session. So we have an interesting session on artificial intelligence, and then also another presentation on digitalization. And what I'm going to do is introduce this first speaker, and then he'll present on his work, and then I'll present the second speaker. So first speaker is Mr. Tashfeen Aman. So Tashfeen's research interest is artificial intelligence and usage of technologies in higher education. He has presented his research in more than 15 countries and taught courses in more than 10 countries. For the last 10 years, he has been affiliated with the University of the West Indies, and so please help me to welcome Tashfeen to make his presentation on the future of work, artificial intelligence, and persons with disabilities.
Thank you very much. 5 or 6 years ago, I was teaching a course, MGMT 3057, Productivity and Quality Management, Mona School of Business, around 100 students in my class. And I see 2 students walking with white sticks in their hands. That was my first time having some type of interaction with people with some disability. And as I saw them, the first thought which came in my mind was how they are going to understand what I'm doing in my class, how ignorant of me. But I continued with my class, and during the session, I recall that they said that they would like to talk with me after class, and I said yes. After the class, I went to them. They said that they would need some guidance, and I said yes, of course. And in my head, I'm thinking many things that I have to spend a lot of time with these guys. And they said, okay. I said, what are you looking for, basically? And they said that after every class, they would want some type of guidance on what happened. I said, okay. In my head, I was thinking after every class, I will have to spend 1 hour with them. If I had some mathematics stats in it, some mathematical formulas, graphs, charts, that type of thing. They asked me when we can start. I said, we can start today. I said, let me go and have a little drink or something, because I was looking for a lot of time spending with them. So I went out, I came back. They asked me 2 questions. After that they said, nothing else to ask. I said, really? You understood everything I said? They said, yes, they were ready to go. And I said, no, hold on, sit down. And I asked them 3, 4 questions. Then they were able to answer those questions. In the midterm exam, they scored very well. In the final exam, they scored more than 70%. Basically, I was blown away. So maybe they were not disabled, maybe I was disabled. My disability was not the ability to see their potential. I was just looking at that thing. Yeah. So when I saw this advertisement for this conference, I said, let me go there and say some things on artificial intelligence, because that is my area of interest. I don't have much knowledge of disability and all, just that experience of. But what I think the major problem is that people like me who apparently do not have any. I should not even be using the term disability. Maybe I should say differently abled or something like that. People like me, they don't understand you guys. They are thinking about you maybe in a lesser way or something like that, which is not true. So that perception needs to be changed, and you will have to play a lot of role in that, helping them understand. For example, in policy development, in laws, regulations, when you are seeking employment or like what type of help you will need. When you would say, I need help, the other person might think, oh my God, what type of help they will need. They will just multiply it exponentially, but that is not the case many times. So this was the story I wanted to share with you. Artificial intelligence is making a lot of changes in work environment going forward. Future of working world is technology driven and AI. Recently, generative AI. Recently, ChatGPT. I'm sure you guys have heard about it. A lot of things are happening in that domain. I'm just going to quickly take you through what are the things artificial intelligence is doing right now already. And then you can see how, based on your experience, how that thing can help you and so on and so forth. So artificial intelligence can already, if you guys can help me move the slide, that would be easier because this is not working for me very well. So artificial intelligence, for example, can read, and Facebook is using it to moderate the content. A lot of people use Facebook and other mediums like Instagram and TikTok and so on. So they are not using human beings. They are using but very little number of human beings. Technology they are using to see what is happening. Yeah. So ability to read, for example, a person who is blind, they cannot read, but that humanly, the ability to read humanly, is that really necessary going forward? Maybe not. AI is already doing it. Next slide, please. AI can already write, not just write, but win prizes. AI is writing novels. So you can think about it, writing a novel, it will take creativity, idea generation, all of those things. So artificial intelligence is already doing it. It is winning prizes, competing with human novel writers. So not just writing on ordinary writing, but creative writing, making story, yeah, that type of thing. Next slide, please. See, it can see. AI can already see. 4 companies out of top 500 listed companies in the United States of America are using artificial intelligence to look at the interviewer's face, and from the face they can analyze. Now AI can analyze if they are lying or they are faking a smile and so on. Yeah, just by looking at it. 4 companies are already doing it. So the publication is reported, but they just mentioned 4 companies. They did not mention the names because the company said we don't want to do that. And the reason is obvious if you think about it. Like if a job is advertised for Google, how many people you think are going to apply? Yeah, only, yeah, from different countries. Yeah, and they are finding the best talent. So it's just not possible to go through all the, resumes and so on. Let me tell you, even in Jamaica, top companies, you can speak with HR when they post a job. How many people send resumes? Can the HR assistant have the time to go through all of them? No, they are looking for keyword searches and so on. That is why it is very important to put those keywords, know about them in the resume. Otherwise, and that is why a lot of people, they say no one calls them for interview. That is the reason. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hear and speak, we know that already. I did not put any picture here. On the phone, you can see that Siri is a good example. Can hear, speak, even understand emotions. I'm going to talk about it in a bit. Next, please. Smell. That's very interesting. Smell. Artificial intelligence is smelling. Yeah, if you run a Google search, artificial intelligence creating perfumes. You will see that. Yeah. And now a lot of people are going to lose job on this. Even dogs, for example, dogs who sniff cocaine and those type of things. They are using artificial intelligence. Application for this, you can think about that. There's a big facility, it's like headquarters. You have AI installed in different areas, for example. And if there is a leak or something, the factory, there is a leak or smell, AI can do that. So these are basic, human, senses to see, to touch, to taste, to smell. Artificial intelligence is doing a lot of things in that. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, touch. Yeah, this is a very interesting case. This fruit picking. There's a robot there, robotic arm. With that, there is a camera. It is looking at raspberries and it is evaluating if the raspberry is ready to be plucked. And then with the arms, it is using the right touch, not squeezing it. And then it is packing it. And how many it is? It is packing 25,000 raspberries a day. Can a human being do that? Not every day. Maybe let's say they do it one day. Can they do it next day also? No, not possible. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So these things are very interesting. Movements, military aircrafts, pilot, without pilot, they are running the aircrafts nowadays. Even the aircrafts which we take to travel, how much is the intervention by the pilot? You read about that, you will be surprised. Basically, nowadays the pilot is only there, basically, just so that people don't panic, passengers don't panic. Basically, you'll be no self-driving cars are already there. Yeah. And I'm not talking about anything about the future. All things I said already happen, and you can run a Google search and read about, authentic reports on that. Next slide. Understand emotions, empathy, understanding people's emotions. Artificial intelligence is doing that. When you look at a picture on Instagram, and then it shows you the next picture and next picture and next picture. When you look at a TikTok and you spend all night watching TikTok, what is that? These things have understood your emotions. They have understood what you really want to look at. That is why I'm training all the time. Yeah. So basically, it's playing with your mind. Yeah. So if smart human being is that he watches one or two TikTok and after that put it down. Otherwise, he's not smart. But he's playing at the hands of AI. He has lost his control, basically. Play games, we know that. I did not put anything here. Chess, many years ago, the world champion lost match against artificial intelligence. Debating, not just speaking. And debating. IBM has this project. You can run the search. IBM Project Debater. The debate. Yes. Next slide. Next, please. Creativity. Yeah. General Electric's using artificial intelligence to design products. If you look around, everything is a product. This chair, anything, table, anything is a product. Yeah. So using artificial intelligence to design. You and me can do this now because of recent advancement in generative AI. We can put in different type of styles of chairs and then ask the software to create a new style for us. It will create it. Pictures, diagrams, we can do that. It's a free software. Just run some search on Google and try to find it. Next. Learn. This is like 5 years ago. And I'm following this project from that time. This is MIT. This was a PhD program. They were using the artificial intelligence that could learn how to write the code. And now we know that ChatGPT is out and it writes codes. If you speak, I got a chance to speak. A couple of guys who write code here in regional headquarters, and they were saying that the way ChatGPT writes the code is amazing. What they learned in maybe 5, 6, 7, 10 years. ChatGPT is just doing it that way. Yes. Next slide. Read your mind, and it is already doing that. Next slide, please. I'm going to show you this picture here. This is a guy who is paralyzed. He is equipped with some sensors, and he's just thinking, and whatever he's thinking, that is being displayed on the screen. It's already visible. Yes, just like thoughts. Yeah. Next one. So then, what is disability? What is disability? If AI is going to do all these things for you, then are you really, no matter what challenge you have? Yes, I'm not saying there is no challenge, of course. But yesterday I was listening to one talk and the guy was saying it is possible. And we have the example of Senator Floyd and many other guys here. Everyone has their own story of their struggle. Yes. So what I'm basically trying to, next slide, please. What I'm basically trying to say here that you really need to get engaged with people who are doing some work on artificial intelligence. You really engage yourself with the application of artificial intelligence. With the internet, like if you want to create a business plan, ChatGPT can write the first draft for you, free of cost. You don't have to reuse that. Now then you make it your own. That is in no way that is plagiarism. Yes? It's no. You get the first draft, then you do your work, then you put your work in it, then you get the second draft, then rework it, then put the third draft. Keep on improving it. Yes? And you really have to engage with artificial intelligence based on your experiences, whatever they are. That is the first thing I wanted to say. And last thing is that, again, coming back to story, and I will conclude here instead of running through the rest of the slides. I said it before, but I want to reiterate it because I experienced it firsthand. And I had no experience with disabled people before. When I was standing there as a lecturer and 100 students were there, when those two people with white sticks came, I kind of panicked that how they are going to pass my course. They got 70%. There are many people who think like that. So we need to together, and that was my reason to come here, that together we need to change that mindset. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Touch Feet, for sticking to the time. And so we have a second presentation by Dr. Barbara Reynolds, and she's online. So I'm going to request for some support to enter going with her presentation. I didn't receive a bio for Dr. Reynolds, so I'm asking Dr. Reynolds, if you can hear me, if you can just introduce yourself before you start your presentation, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all greet you. I think it's afternoon for you in Jamaica. The Honorable Senator Dr. Floyd Morris, academics and researchers, members of the Caribbean Community of Care, distinguished participants, and fellow travelers. On the occasion of the 6th Regional Disabilities Conference, Employment Creation, the Path to Sustainable Development for Persons with Disabilities in the Caribbean, organized and hosted by the UWI Center for Disability Studies, I wish to salute the Honorable Senator Dr. Floyd Morris, and through him, the members of the center, for the ongoing groundbreaking work in pursuit of the fulfillment of the rights of persons with disabilities in our region. I thank Dr. Morris for inviting me to share these moments with you, and I apologize to you for my seeming drop-in status. I'm currently in Geneva at an annual human rights meeting. And I think that's a good point to say who I am. So I do have a day job. I'm the Vice President for Administration, Advancement, and Planning at the University of the Southern Caribbean in Trinidad and Tobago. But I also have a number of unpaying jobs. One of them is that I currently chair a UN human rights mechanism, like Dr. Morris is a member of one such of those mechanisms. I also co-chair the CARICOM Digital Skills Task Force. And I think pertinent to the subject today, I'm a member of the Global Partnership for Education Independent Technical Assessment Panel, which simply means that when countries put forward the requests to the Global Partnership for Education, which is largely funded by the World Bank, I'm on a panel that assesses the quality and correctness of their submissions. So in a nutshell, those are the things that I currently do. I'm, of course, a Caribbean citizen, and I spend a lot of my time focusing on our issues, but also the ramifications for the region and globally. So I want to begin with the current hat of human rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the two international covenants, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. And this one is particularly important for persons with disabilities. The International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and members of their families. And again, this is directly pertinent to what we're discussing today. All of these international human rights instruments directly or indirectly address the human rights of persons with disabilities. Most importantly, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities makes it pellucid that disability is not a basis for discrimination or exclusion. To the contrary, human rights principles enjoin the optimal inclusion of persons with disabilities in the best interests of the individual. The convention also requires states parties to make specific provisions for persons with disabilities. And finally, unlike many other conventions that begin by asserting the right to life, the Convention on the Rights of Disabled Persons begins by recalling the inherent dignity of all human beings. And I think it's important for persons with disability that we capture this conceptual underpinning that dignity is important. It is clear from these international conventions that the protection of and provision for persons with disabilities is therefore a fundamental human rights issue. This suggests that states parties to these conventions, and most Caribbean countries have ratified most of the conventions I just mentioned. These countries are responsible for ensuring that the human rights of persons with disabilities are met, and by extension, that governments can and should be held responsible and accountable for the legislation, policies, and budgets, programs, and procedures that must be put in place to ensure the full realization of their rights by all persons with disabilities. Let me put this in everyday speak. It means that if your government has, on behalf of your country as a state party to the convention, then you can actually take the government to court if the rights of persons with disabilities are not fulfilled. Ensuring that the rights of persons with disabilities are fulfilled is also beneficial to national development. In fact, the convention in the preamble emphasizes that mainstreaming disability issues is an integral part of relevant strategies for sustainable development. Put another way, failing to fulfill the rights of persons with disabilities undercuts any national development aspirations. As sustainable national development is predicated on GDP, the issue of employability and employment become germane. And it follows ipso facto that enhancing the employability and employment of persons with disabilities is not only a right, but essential for sustainable national development. It also follows that education is foundational to this aspiration, and that in the 21st century, digital literacy, digital skills, and digital education are imperative. As part of its remit, the CARICOM Digital Skills Task Force undertook a series of consultations with diverse stakeholders in 2022. The consultation on and with persons with disabilities was instructive. In summary, it highlighted that while some efforts are underway to address the learning needs of people with disability, the region has much to do. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization can, if adequately resourced, expertly curated, made free of bias, and consistently used, do much to enhance efforts to meet the learning needs of persons with disabilities. Digitalization has a cumulative multiplier effect for good or ill. That means when used appropriately, it enhances whatever it is we are doing more and more, but also faster. The converse is true in two ways. Digitalization, if not used legitimately, legally, ethically, morally, has a faster, stronger negative, discriminatory, degrading effect, and/or it increases the gap between those who are digital operatives and those who are not. There are a few exceptions, of course. As of now, I'll give you a guess, but these are some of those. As of now, digitalization has not managed to capture pure emotions. So my happiness, my sadness, my anger, my frustration, my elation, my excitement, as of now, is not digitalized. Physical intimacy, as of now, is not digitalized. And I know there are lots of crazy things going on out there, but really, it's not digitalized. The enjoyment of the arts and involvement in sports, though they can be simulated, as of now, they're not digitalized. So let's go back to digitalization. Digitalization is the use of digital technologies to change an institution or a nation's operations to increase efficiency, effectiveness, and ultimately to enhance benefit to the organization or the nation. When applied to disability, digitalization has the potential for the following. First, it can increase access to all aspects of learning, being, doing, and living together. That means digitalization can enhance movement and mobility, speech, hearing, reading, analysis, synthesis. And I was just listening to the previous presenter. As of now, digitalization cannot help us think or it cannot help us emote, but it is programmed to simulate thinking and to simulate emotions. Digitalization can increase access to basic social and public services. Think of going to the bank. Think of booking a hotel reservation. Think of accessing your health records or your NIS payments in many countries. Digitalization enhances learning outcomes and enhances skills acquisition. It generates positive attitudes to the disabled. And I want to come back to that key point in the convention about the dignity of persons with disabilities. So it can generate positive attitudes to the disabled by decreasing the distance or difference between the disabled person's reach, scope, and output, and that of his or her peers. It enhances self-respect, independence, self-worth. Again, we come back to dignity. And very importantly, it decreases dependence on caregivers. And therefore, in the context of employment, it has the potential to increase job satisfaction and the well-being of the disabled person. So what are the challenges? Well, I heard the previous presenter mention this. I'm not going to go much on this. Mindset, culture, socialization. If you recall at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a lot of resistance to going online. And then once we went online full on. But then to my shock and horror, once the pandemic was over, I heard all kinds of statements. Well, let's go back to face-to-face teaching. Let's go back to face-to-face meeting. It's okay to go back, but the mindset and the appreciation for how the technology can enhance who we are, how we live, how we work, how we know is critical. The second challenge is the financial cost and limits to funding. And when we did our consultation, I have to say that when we look at digitalization for persons with disability, it has to be carefully calibrated to the individual level. For persons with disability, generalized digitalization doesn't work very well. If you think about 1,000 people using spectacles with the same strength, you get a sense of how confusing it would be if when we digitalize to enhance mobility or movement, if it isn't carefully calibrated down to the individual level, how debilitating that would be. Another set of challenges, legislation not in place, policies very nascent, standards almost non-existent, programs, procedures, processes, and protocols not existing. And the important aspect of all of this is not just legislation or policies or standards or programs or procedures or processes or protocols for their own sake, but it is because of the ethical and moral dimensions and the implications for each individual's rights, their dignity, and their well-being. And then another challenge, there are no clear roles or responsibilities and accountabilities, and surprisingly, even at the level of government. There are no clear development plans at national and subnational levels across all sectors. When we did our consultation, we were surprised that many CARICOM associate institutions did not have a line item in their budgets for digitalization, and therefore they didn't have a clear plan of how they were going to catch up with the rest of the world. It means, therefore, that we continue to be at a disadvantage with the rest of the world. Another challenge, technical know-how vested in a small core of engineers, IT specialists, catering to each sector.
Hi, Dr. Reynolds. Just letting you know you have about a minute to wrap up, please. We love what you're saying.
Yes, I'm going to wrap up right now.
The time here.
Generally, there are low levels of digital literacy, digital skills, and digital education, even among teachers and teacher educators, and teaching and learning materials. And there's limited use of technology in most public services and operations, including education, health, geomatics, finance, commerce, and businesses. I see that we have a time constraint here. I'm sorry. I have 2 more paragraphs, if you'd allow me. In other words, digitalization is a whole of society endeavor. And at the moment, Caribbean governments are still focused only or largely on e-governance, and they need to migrate to e-health, e-learning, e-agriculture, e-commerce, e-banking, e-insurance, and the Internet of all things. I have a paragraph on AI, but I'll leave that now. And I just want to emphasize that at the moment, AI is riddled with bias and discrimination based on all the demographic markers. And as we migrate to the use of AI, we have to be alert to this bias and discrimination. Thank you very much.
For your presentation on digitalization and the empowerment of persons with disabilities. We had 2 very, very interesting presentations. And because of time constraints, I'm just going to move quickly into the question and answer segment and 5 questions. And we already have hands raising. We'll start in front here.
Yes, very simple question for the first presenter. Where do you see us? Do you honestly see see us living with and working alongside AI machines in the near future?
Repeat the question, please.
Do you honestly see us in the near future working with and living alongside AI machines as AI continues to develop?
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. I am not sure about the time frame. Different people are saying different things. Some people are saying in next 5 to 10 years, we should see a lot of change. Some people are saying 30 years. Some people are saying it is not going to happen in our lifetime. All those things are out in the field. I don't know when, but I am 100% sure that it is going to happen. You heard the second speaker also, Dr. there, on digitalization. She mentioned few things on that, bias and all those things. They need to be removed over a period of time, but definitely there will be a time when these things will be common space. For example, relationships. People will have artificial intelligence, AI girlfriend and boyfriend and everything. It is going to happen. I don't know when. Maybe in next 100 years, maybe in next 200 years. Now, this type of statement when I make, I see that it gets a lot of resistance with a lot of people who are, experts in the field, and I understand that. But last thing I want to say is just like, when Wright brothers 100 odd years ago, when they said we are going to fly, people said they are stupid. Yes, but now we fly. So this is going to happen. Maybe not very early, but eventually. Thank you.
We have time for one question.
Just thank you so much. Here, he's here to say, I want to thank probably the and refer to my presentation when we speak of the individuals and where we should be from. We need to consider the value of people.
Page, and is there anyone else who would like a question? Question? Not seeing any hands raising, so I want to thank you for your attention and your participation in the last session of the conference, and I'm going to pass over to Senator Lawrence for closing remarks.
All right.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Perry. And I want to thank the presenters as well, Dr. Reynolds, all the way in Geneva, Switzerland. Can we have that turn up? And I want to bring the conference here today to a close by expressing profound thanks and appreciation to all who participated over the past 2 days. Your attendance, your questions, your presentations, all added to the richness of the conference. And I am deeply grateful for the Herculean effort that you have made to contribute to the success of this conference. One of the major features of this conference every year that it's held is that we select the best papers and formulate it in a manuscript that is peer-reviewed and published. The last one was in I just wanted somebody to turn off my phone is on. Just double tap. All right, pass it. No, just pass it. The last publication was in 2020, when we focused on inclusive education. And we have had a subsequent conference in 2022, which we looked at the situation of healthcare. And that publication is currently at press. And we are now going to be sending out another publication, which would be published in 2025. And that is going to be based on the best presentations that came out of this conference. And I can tell you, I see some really good presentations that came out over the past 2 days. And it is going to be incumbent upon the presenters to get those presentations to me by the end of May 2024. If you don't get it to me, you don't have nobody else to blame. So get it to me by the end of May, and then we will have it compiled and we will get it off to press to go through the peer review process. The peer review process, can be very lengthy, and it takes a while, and that is why the last conference publication has not been completed as yet, but it is on its way. So we look forward to the continued publications from these conferences to make sure that we build what I call a Caribbean disability identity, because Dr. Pereira, who is one of the persons in the Caribbean that is publishing very hard with me on the subject of disability, I would understand that data on population of persons with disabilities in the region have been very sparse, and so we are playing catch up. And even if you look at the conference here today, the data is just all over the place when it comes down to employment of persons with disabilities. And also the whole issue of the number of persons with disabilities living in the different countries. So we have to get those things corrected. And whilst I'm here at the university, I'm going to be relentless in my pursuit to make sure that those matters are addressed. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. And I want to thank the conference committee for the tremendous role that they played. And I'm going to ask all the members of the committee who are here to stand and be acknowledged. Ms. Cheryl Gerson Robinson, Ms. Pam Arthur, Ms. Gloria Bob, Ms. Alanda Andrews, Mrs. Kimberly Hines Aaron, Mr. Akeem Cummings, Honorable Kerry and Eiffel, who is already online, Dr. Christine Hendricks, who is unavoidably absent, Mrs. Jacqueline Bennett. I'm missing anyone? And I have to thank Mr. Donovan Ackers, who has given me tremendous support in terms of going all over to other things for the conference. And I have to acknowledge Mrs. Francesca Lloyd McDavid, who has given tremendous technical support, along with Joshua and Stephen for their tremendous support as well. Am I missing anyone? And the volunteers who were acknowledged earlier. Give yourself as an audience a big round of applause because you did tremendously well. And my presenters, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You all contributed to the richness of the conference. You're the kernel of the conference because the conference couldn't be held without your presentation. And just pardon for just acknowledging those who came from overseas, Dr. Parry from Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Hines, who is from Trinidad and Tobago, but is in the United States, Dr. Pantin, or Mrs. Pantin from Trinidad and Tobago as well, Dr. Kwasi Tom from Antigua and Barbuda. And then we have Dr. Samuel Kabui from Kenya. We have had Dr. Reynolds, who is also from Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana. Oh, sorry, Dr. Reynolds, but you know, that she's from Guyana, right? So thank you very much for your tremendous contribution to the conference. And Tashfeen, I don't know which country you are from. Jamaica. You're trying to put on an AI voice there, you know. But
I think I spotted those two students sitting in the audience right there. And they are smiling now. What are your names now? So these are those two guys who I thought that I will have to help them a lot, but they never needed no help at all. When they were taking the exam, I went to the examination hall. They told me that they are sitting somewhere else. I went there. I tried to give them extra time, but they said, no, we are fine. Exam was easy. Yeah.
What? That is happy and Bishop. Oh boy, that's why the website the man with man. They are very good ambassadors for the community of persons with disabilities. First class honorees, graduates from the University of the West Indies. So anybody who want to come down with capacity, you know. Anybody who want to come down with capacity, we have demonstrated that at the University of the West Indies and every other tertiary institution and Abilities Foundation that we have capacity. It's other people just putting obstacles in our way, but we're going to tear those barriers down. Watch us, watch us, watch us. We're going to tear those barriers down. So thank you very much, and God bless you. Safe travel on your way home. Those who have to go afar, who out of town, make sure you travel safely on the road. The rain is falling, roads are wet. Drive carefully. Drive carefully. Thank you very much. And I'm just gonna have a quick briefing with my